Chapter 952. Treasure, Rise and Fall. A Taoist in a black robe triumphantly held up a seemingly tattered wooden stake with 3 metal rings on it. In front of him lay a general of the East Sea, who was twitching and unable to move, laughing almost madly. The Taoist cultivation base was only a 19th tier heaven immortal, but the general of the East Sea in front of him had the cultivation base of a 1st-star realm of 2nd Panga heaven. As soon as the general of the East Sea joined the battle, the Taoist immediately produced the 3-foot-long wooden stake in his hand, which transformed into a huge dark cloud and soared into the sky, looming over the general of the East Sea. The 3 metal rings emitted an eerie white light, wrapped around the general's head, neck, and waist, and shrunk inwards. That was what happened. Stepping on the head of the general of the East Sea, the old Taoist, who called himself Taoist 3 Rings, raised a wooden stake in his hand and laughed. "Is there anyone in the East Sea who dares to fight me? In the vast East Sea, with its great reputation and countless elite soldiers, is there no one who dares to fight me?" Wuxia's face turned green. This was the first time he had suffered such a setback since he came to Panga continent. Right under his nose, a dozen itinerant immortals, the strongest of whom was only a 9th tier gold immortal, and the weakest was only a 25th tier heaven immortal, had defeated 108 generals of the EC in a row, relying on some strange magical treasures, magical techniques, and evil poisons. The 2nd Pengu heaven general who had just been knocked down was Huang Liang's deputy, but he was still vulnerable to the 3-ring Taoist. After a long silence, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Taoist 3 Rings, release the general of the East Sea, and I'll give you immortal stones and spirit herbs according to the price we offered just now." Laughing strangely, Taoist 3 Rings kicked the general of the East Sea hundreds of feet away, causing him to roll dozens of times on the ground. A few soldiers of the East Sea picked up the general, who was twitching all over, and fled back to Zhendong City with their tails between their legs. After losing 108 battles in a row, the morale of the East Sea County had fallen to 0. If this went on, there was no need for them to fight the Ling dynasty any longer, and they could just admit defeat. With a flick of his hand, Taoist 3 Rings threw a storage bag off the city wall. Complacently, he sucked the bag into his hand, cupped his fist at Wuxia, and said, "You are indeed generous, King of East Sea. I can't believe you are willing to sacrifice so much for the sake of a defeated general. Hee, is there any hero in the East Sea who dares to fight me?" Wuxia pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and hung a huge golden plaque over the city gate. The words "Fight again in 7 days" came into view. Outside the city, Taoist Feng, Taoist 3 Rings, and the other itinerant immortals burst out laughing. With their cultivation base, they had forced all the primordial experts in the city to stay away from the EC and had wounded 108 generals of the EC in front of so many primordial experts. They had even forced Wuxia to hang up the no-fight sign and fight again 7 days later. How great was the merit they had achieved! When Zhang Tingyun really ascended to the throne of the sacred emperor of the human race, with this contribution alone, he would surely get a good position in the celestial court. A dozen Taoists were laughing outside the city. That night, they had set up camp outside the city gate. The soldiers of the Ling dynasty had lit up bonfires and roasted all kinds of game they had hunted. The aroma of wine and meat wafted far away, and the sound of laughter made the faces of the soldiers of the East Sea on the city wall turn extremely unsightly. In the great assembly hall, the high-ranking officials of the East Sea looked at each other worriedly. Those Taoists were not very strong, and their cultivation base was not very high. But the magical treasures, mystic arts, and poisons they used were too bizarre, and each of them was a powerful object with a long history. If any of the high-ranking officials of the East Sea present were to strike, they could easily be killed by any one of them. But what would be the consequences if a primordial expert attacked? The consequence was that the primordial experts of the Ling dynasty would retaliate without any scruples. It was like 2 nuclear powers on Earth throwing nuclear warheads at each other, and in the end, they would all be finished together. The cultivation base of the soldiers on both sides was above the level of heaven immortals, and the limit they could withstand was a fight between gold immortals. The energy ripples emitted when two gold immortals fought each other were not something the soldiers could withstand. If it were a battle between primordial immortals, it was possible that the soldiers of both sides would be wiped out with just a single exchange of blows. That was not an outcome that anyone wanted. So, even though there were so many primordial experts in the East Sea, the gate was blocked by a dozen gold immortals and heaven immortals. Sitting on the throne, Wuxia was silent for a long time. Then, he pulled out the blood centipede sword and wiped it clean. After that, Wuxia threw the sword to Bai Wuyong, who stood next to Baiqi and was Baiqi's proudest great-grandson, Bai Wuyong. The blood centipede sword, an innate spirit artifact, is extremely sharp. Bai Wuyong used it to kill all the Taoists outside the city in 7 days. There was a murderous intent in Wuqi's words that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone nodded silently. This was the best outcome. Yingzheng glanced at Wuqi, then at the high-ranking officials of the East Sea present. Then he slapped his head. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, the cauldron of Yu, the item of virtue he had used in Meng Mountains, flew out. Yingzheng handed the cauldron of Yu to his grandson, Yingzishan, the youngest son of Fu Su, the crown prince of Great Qin, and said, "Take this cauldron. 7 days from now, you'll represent Great Qin in the battle." One after another, the high-ranking officials of the 6 states handed their personal treasures to their juniors. The fact that Wuqi had given the blood centipede sword to Bai Wuyong showed Wuqi's attitude. With Wuqi's current status, it was impossible for him to take back what he had given away. In other words, this innate spirit artifact was given to Bai Wuyong. He wanted a great victory at all costs. Since Wuqi had put in so much effort, what else could the others say? If they watched the East Sea be defeated, not only would the interests of the 6 states suffer a great loss, they would also lose face. The Great Hall was filled with dazzling lights. The emperors and ministers of the 6 states had brought out all their treasures. But there were only about 100 emperors and ministers of the 6 states with extraordinary treasures, which could only equip about 100 juniors. The outcome of the battle in 7 days was still unknown, and it was a little difficult for them to resist the Ling dynasty with just 100 extraordinary treasures. Wuqi tapped lightly on the table in front of him. After pondering for a long time, he nodded slowly and said, "Let's hold on for a while. I'll think of a way to solve this problem. In front of us, the people of the Ling dynasty cannot be complacent." The people exchanged a glance and nodded slowly at the same time. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, suddenly piercing through the layers of restrictive spells in East Suppression City and falling straight in front of the assembly hall. A deep voice rang out. "What troubles do you have? Can you tell me? I'm Reverend Flysoul, an itinerant cultivator from Mount Jiuyao. Now, following the will of heaven, I've come to seek refuge in the East Sea and wipe out the heaven-defying Ling dynasty." Everyone was taken aback, and Chi-Chi turned to look at the entrance of the hall. A Taoist, who was 10 feet tall and 6 feet wide on his shoulders, was standing in front of the main hall. His entire body was covered with bulging muscles, and his skin was pitch black like an iron ingot. He carried 2 huge iron hammers on his back, and 8 lines of blood-red talismans were stuck on the surface of the black hammers. An immense murderous aura was constantly emanating from the hammers, causing the hearts of all the people in the main hall to skip a beat. Yingzheng sneered and said, "Taoist, are you telling the truth?" "Believe it or not," said Reverend Flysoul in a lukewarm tone, "I'm not here to risk my life for the East Sea. I'm just following the decree of a senior to make things difficult for the Ling dynasty. It's just that it's not convenient for me to find the Ling dynasty directly, so I'm just using the East Sea as a cover." Before his words could fade away, another beam of green light descended from the sky. A skinny Taoist, clad in a long green robe and shrouded in green mist, with his face as green as spinach, landed in front of the hall. He cupped his fist and bowed to Reverend Flysoul in a gloomy manner and said, fellow Taoist Fly Soul. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Reverend Fly Soul gave the green-clothed Taoist a look and said with surprise, Immortaling, I didn't expect you to be on the same side as me. Immortaling said in a gloomy manner, Likewise, I'm here following the decree of Senior to make things difficult for the Ling dynasty, and the East Sea has given us a good excuse. Inside the hall, the higher-ups of the East Sea did not make a sound. The emperors and ministers of the 6 states could not figure out the origins of these two people, but Wuxia revealed a mysterious smile. He and Princess Zhang looked at each other. Both of them had a feeling that this must be the case. The Holy Alliance formed by the 18 sages would not sit idly by and watch the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League do as they please. They would definitely cause trouble for the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. Perhaps the 18 sages were plotting how to deal with the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, but this did not stop them from sending some itinerant immortals who were related to them to make trouble for the Ling dynasty. After all, the 18 sages were supreme beings of the Tao integration stage. Even if they didn't establish their own sects and recruit disciples, they would have formed many relationships over the years. These itinerant immortals must have been indebted to them in the past. Or perhaps they were simply servants that they had raised to run errands for them. With a bright smile on his face, Wuxia rose to his feet and courteously greeted the 2 Taoists. Fellow Taoists, it is my honor to have you help the East Sea so righteously. Someone set up a banquet. Let's drink to our heart's content and welcome our fellow Taoists. Grabbing Reverend Fly Soul and Immortal Ying's hands, Wuxia dragged them into the hall. At first, Reverend Fly Soul and Immortal Ying shook their wrists, tried to shake off Wuxia's hand. But how could they shake off Wuxia's strength? He chuckled as he pulled the 2 of them to the main hall and forced them to sit down on their seats. The others had also understood the purpose of Wuxia's visit. Intentionally or unintentionally, the group of higher-ups unleashed their auras. Reverend Fly Soul and Immortal Ying, who were a little haughty just a moment ago, suddenly stiffened. Heavens above, how could there be so many primordial experts in the East Sea? And it was obvious that a few of them were cultivating the immortal magic of the Tao League. Was the East Sea a power of the human race or the Tao League? Reverend Fly Soul and Immortal Ying's attitude immediately became much more humble. Smiling, they cupped their fists and greeted Wuxia, their eyes blinking as they looked around in amazement at the civil and military officials of the East Sea, whose cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Beams of light fell from the sky one after another. In just over 2 hours, nearly 100 odd-looking itinerant immortals had come to the East Sea. These itinerant immortals were originally very arrogant, but after Wuxia gave them a little show of strength, they all became very humble. After that, Wuxia deliberately tried to win them over with enthusiasm, and soon it was a lively scene where the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. 7 days later, a horn rang out outside Jindong City, and the itinerant immortals of the Ling dynasty were ready to fight again. During these 7 days, more than 3,000 itinerant immortals had come to Jindong City to join the army of the East Sea. Chapter 9:53. On the tower, the leaders of the East Sea stood in a straight line, staring coldly down at Taoist Three Rings. Taoist Three Rings raised the wooden stake in his hand triumphantly, laughed, and said, King of East Sea, do you still have any elite soldiers under your command who dare to fight me? If no one can defeat me and my fellow Taoists this time, no wonder we're going to attack the city. Behind Taoist Three Rings stood more than 200 itinerant immortals in strange attire. Each of them had brought 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers with them, and on the east side of Jindong City, they had gathered 1,000,000 soldiers as well. If they attacked the city, it would be more than enough when Wuxia and the others could not join the battle. Upon hearing Taoist Three Rings' challenge, these Taoists burst into laughter at the same time. First, they had defeated 108 generals of the East Sea in a row, which had greatly damaged the morale of the East Sea's army, greatly reducing the difficulty of attacking the city. As Taoist Three Rings had said, these Taoists had come to a decision that today was the best time to attack the city. The soldiers of the EC had lost their will to fight, and if Wuxia and the others could not join in the battle, it would be a piece of cake to break through Zhendong City. With a sneer, Wuxia looked at Bai Wuyong, who was standing next to Bai Qi, and said, "Kill him." Bai Wuyong let out a loud cry and leaped up from the top of the city wall, clutching the blood centipede sword and swinging it down in a beam of sword light. Taoist Three Rings was shocked. Hastily, he cast out his wooden stake and enveloped Bai Wuyong with a dark mist. 3 metal rings glowed with a strong white light as they circled around Bai Wuyong's head, neck, and waist. The blood centipede sword circled around him, and a very thin sheet of blood-red light tore through the void. A hissing sound rang out as the 3 metal rings were cut into 6 pieces and fell to the ground. Taoist Three Rings howled miserably as filthy blood sprayed out of his 7 apertures. He staggered backward and fled in a panic, crying out, "Help my fellow Taoists!" After losing the magic treasure that he relied on, the Three-Ring Taoist was even more timid than an ordinary cultivator. Bai Wuyong looked at the fleeing Taoist Three-Ringed in front of him and rushed to his back with a single step. The blood centipede sword mercilessly swept across Taoist Three-Ring's body and cut him in half. The laughter of the itinerant immortals of the Ling dynasty suddenly stopped. They stared blankly at the blood centipede sword in Bai Wuyong's hand, and a look of greed came over their faces at the same time. A primordial spiritual weapon. They recognized that it was a primordial spiritual weapon. If they could kill Bai Wuyong and get their hands on this sword, how great would that be? Although these loose immortals had their own trump cards, not all of them had a magic treasure that they could use easily. Immediately, a Taoist in a crimson robe flew out and shouted sternly, "How dare you kill my best friend? Fellow Taoist Three-Ring Spirit is not far away. Watch me avenge you." The Taoist raised his hands and rubbed them together. A great plume of fire sprayed out like a meteor shower. Countless dazzling red fireballs trailed behind them as they smashed toward Bai Wuyong. Bai Wuyong swung his sword and retreated hastily. The generals of the EC had witnessed the means of this red-robed Taoist a few days ago. The flames he sprayed were extremely strange and vicious. Once attached to the body, they would not burn the skin, flesh, and bones, but only hurt the soul and blood essence. 7 days ago, the general of the EC who fought with him was accidentally attached to the body of the red-robed Taoist. He was burned from the 3 stars realm of the second Penga heaven to the point of losing his blood essence and falling back 3 major realms to the level of the 6 stars realm. On top of that, after he was possessed by the flame, his soul would be surrounded and burned by it, and he would lose control of his fleshly body, allowing anyone to do whatever they wanted to him. As a result, the general just stood stiffly on the battlefield. Using a shabby flying sword, the Taoist hacked at the general for a full 2 hours, and finally injured both of the general's eyes. Wuxia was forced to admit defeat, and the general was rescued and brought back to East Suppression City. If the red-robed Taoist could get his hands on the blood centipede sword, with the strange power of his flames, he could kill his enemy with a single strike. He would not be in such an awkward situation as 7 days ago, when he had to work hard for 2 hours to injure his enemy's eyes, the most vulnerable part of his body. He waved the blood centipede sword and sent out a great sheet of blood-red light, barely blocking the countless fireballs that came at him. The red-robed Taoist figure flickered like a ghost in the fireballs. Bai Wuyong had no other divine abilities except for his mighty physical strength. He could not even control the blood centipede sword to fight back, so he could only passively fend off the red-robed Taoist's attacks and the fireballs. If he could find the red-robed Taoist's real body, he could kill him with a single strike. But alas, he just could not lock onto the Taoist's erratic figure. Furious, he waved the blood centipede sword and sent out a great sheet of blood-red light to protect himself, lest the fireballs would stick to him. Up on top of the city wall, Ing Zishan, who had inherited Ing Zhengzhu Cauldron, was about to step in and replace by Wu Yong when Reverend Flysoul, who was standing next to him, cried out, "General, back off now. Let me deal with this red-skinned ox-nose." Laughing wildly, Reverend Flysoul leaped down from the city wall with two great hammers in hand. With a swing of his hammers, a spirit talisman flew up, rolling up a great plume of black smoke and whistling toward the fireballs that blotted the sky. The black smoke and fireballs collided with each other and produced a series of explosions. The red-robed Taoist was nearly brushed by a plume of black smoke, and the jarring ghost howls coming from it shook his divine soul, nearly making him fall to the ground. Bai Wuyong seized the opportunity to return to the top of the city wall. He cupped his fist and bowed to Wu Qi. Wu Qi nodded approvingly at him, then focused all his attention on the fight between Reverend Flysoul and the red-robed Taoist. Bai Wuyong was forced to retreat by the red-robed Taoist magic, which reminded Wu Qi of the biggest shortcoming of the generals of the EC. The cultivation techniques of the human race could only make the soldiers of the human race possess extraordinary strength and strong fleshly bodies, but they could not cultivate any divine abilities or magical powers. If an immortal was approached by a human general, the immortal would be dead for sure. But if the distance between the human general and the immortal was increased, the human general would be in danger of losing his life. All the generals of Du would fuse with all kinds of powerful beast souls, using them to enhance their strength, and at the same time, possess all kinds of divine abilities they had when they were alive. The cultivation base of the generals of the EC was very good at the moment, but their beast souls were lacking. As for the generals of the EC who had cultivated to the realm of second Penga heaven, they would not fuse with the beast soul of a wind-breaking wolf like Yan Bugue did, would they? That would be too shabby, and they would not take the experts of Gold Immortal Realm seriously. He had to find a way to find a group of powerful beast souls. Wu Qi frowned and looked at A.O. Buzin. This guy was used to being ruthless. Would he mind using the souls of his children as the beast souls of the generals of the East Sea? Would he mind? Probably not. But Wu Qi could not bring himself to do it. Just as he was thinking about this, a miserable howl rang out, and the red-robed Taoist was smashed to pieces by Reverend Flysoul's hammer. The fireball shot out by the red-robed Taoist was blocked by the dark mist that rose from Reverend Flysoul's hammer and could not get close to him at all. Reverend Flysoul, on the other hand, was skilled in illusions. With a few flashes of his body, he created a few illusions to attract the attention of the red-robed Taoist, while his true form appeared behind him and smashed down with the hammer. After winning 2 rounds in a row, Reverend Flysoul triumphantly swung his hammer at the itinerant immortals of the Ling dynasty, then spun and flew up to the top of the city wall. Surprisingly, one of the itinerant immortals on the other side recognized Reverend Flysoul. The old Taoist with an ancient face looked over and snapped, "Reverend Flysoul, you are a man who has truly transcended the worldly affairs, enjoying the peace and quiet like a wild crane. Why did you come to this muddy water? You are from the Tao League, and even if you want to enter the worldly affairs to accumulate virtues, you should choose the Ling dynasty. Why did you go to the enemy of the Tao League?" Reverend Flysoul was taken aback. He shook his head and shouted at the group of itinerant immortals on the side of the Ling dynasty. "Your father is from the Tao League, your mother is from the Tao League, and your whole family is from the Tao League. I'm, old Taoist. Lao Tzu is not from the Tao League. Lao Tzu has another master, and he has nothing to do with the Tao League. Don't try to curry favor with me." Wu Qi gave Reverend Flysoul a look, smiled, then turned to the itinerant immortals and asked, "Which senior immortal is willing to make a new contribution to the East Sea?" Immortal Ing chuckled evilly, then transformed into a green ghost flame and slowly drifted down the city wall. A quarter of an hour later, Immortal Ing had used some unknown evil magic, which made the bodies of 3 itinerant immortals on the other side fester and kill them on the spot. After that, more and more itinerant immortals from the EC went out to challenge the Ling dynasty. Some of them won, some were defeated, and some were killed. However, over the past few days, there were over 3,000 itinerant immortals in Jindong City, while there were only about 200 outside the city. After a day of fierce fighting, only 7 or 8 of the itinerant immortals from the Ling dynasty were left alive. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the general of the Ling dynasty army gave the order to retreat. The army of 1 million, together with the remaining itinerant immortals, retreated to the east in a sorry state. Drums and trumpets rang out in Jindong City. The army of the East Sea, which had retreated thousands of miles to the west a few days ago, set out once again. 3,000 itinerant immortals were divided into more than 100 groups, continuing to attack the Ling dynasty together with the army. This time, the generals of the East Sea army were given all kinds of magical treasures by Wuxia and the others. So, even if they ran into those itinerant immortals, they would not be helpless against them. Naturally, the upper echelons of the East Sea would be responsible for planning the march and the war. Meanwhile, Wuxia stood on top of the city wall, looking at the army, leaving in the distance with other thoughts swirling in his mind. The itinerant immortals of the Dao League could join the Ling dynasty in the war. The itinerant immortals of the Saint League could also join the war in the East Sea. Those lofty existences of the Dao fusing realm had racked their brains and used various means to fight and kill on Pangda continent. Why did he have to follow their steps? Why did he have to act according to their plans? The Huahuan clan, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, the Yin Emperor Shenong, and the others had all fallen into the trap of the Dao League and Buddhist League. Emperor Haozuan, the Emperor of New Yu, Zhang Tingyun, and the others were fighting hard according to the rules set by the Dao League and Buddhist League. But he had a chance to jump out of the various plans of the Dao League and Buddhist League. What could be more heaven-defying than the scroll of stealing? After pondering for a moment, Wuxia suddenly smiled. Both the Buddhist League and the Dao League were now eyeing the throne of the human emperor, and he had chosen Great Wu to intervene. But Great Wu's strength was limited, and even Wuxia himself was not sure if he could succeed. Perhaps he could do something else. After all, he could not let the Dao League and the Buddhist League live so comfortably. At last, Wuxia turned to Princess Zhonglu and said with a smile, "It's not fun to be used as a chess piece. Tell me, if I swallowed one of their big flags in advance, would some people go crazy? Would they reveal a loophole?" Princess Zhonglu looked at Wuxia in surprise and asked, "What do you want to do?" Wuxia licked his lips and said in a low voice, "Nothing. I just want to kill the Emperor of New Yu in advance." Chapter 954. While the war on the East Sea was raging, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu had secretly left the East Sea and sneaked to the back of Pangda continent. In the primordial world between the front and the back of Pangda continent, the 9 blood-draining celestial fiends had constructed a huge fiend-slaying sword formation with themselves as the eye of the formation, and the 36,000 Kunwu sword that Wuxia had condensed with primal purple energy. Amidst the vast sword formation, 1.08 billion fist-sized purple balls of light floated slowly. They were the stars condensed from the great Dao Wuxia obtained from the kaleidoscopic star core. To construct the formation, Wuxia had exhausted all his magic power, and it took him 7 days and 7 nights of meditation with the help of Princess Zhonglu to recover all his energy. After leaving the heaven-refining cauldron in the core of the formation, where it kept absorbing natural energy to supply the formation, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu flew to the back of Pangda continent, heading in the direction of Great Horns' origin tree of fire. Wuxia wanted to kill the Emperor of New Yu and seize the Emperor Aura that he had obtained by splitting to Yu. Wuxia had tried it before. The Emperor Aura was similar to the willpower of the Buddhist League, a power of faith generated by the respect and worship of the Emperor of hundreds of millions of people. He had once tried to steal a wisp of Emperor Aura from Wu Tianming and condense it into a new one with primal purple energy. He had succeeded in stealing the Emperor Aura, but when he tried to fuse it with primal purple energy and transform it into Emperor Aura, Wuxia failed. Under the impact of the primal purple energy, the Emperor Aura dissipated like dew under the sun, and Wuxia did not even have time to react. And the wisp of Emperor Aura nearly shook Wu Tianming's foundation of the human emperor, causing the emperor aura in him to nearly dissipate. Wuxia dared not to take the risk, so he had to give up for the time being. However, Wuxia had an intuition that if he was given enough Runhuang Qi, he would definitely be able to decipher its secrets. With enough emperor energy, Wuxia could not kill Emperor Haozuan, and from a sentimental point of view, Wuxia would not attack him. But it was the emperor of Nu Yu's duty to kill him. As a subject of the Yu, it was Wuxia's duty to kill traitors. Half of the Renhuang aura of the orthodox Renhuang was enough for Wuxia to figure out how this thing was formed and how to simulate it with the primordial violet qi. Both Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had the cultivation base of Tao-breaking realm, which allowed them to fly extremely fast. Panga continent had expanded greatly these days, and the nearby terrain had undergone great changes. It had taken Wuxia a month to find Great Horn's lair with Princess Zhangli. Seeing the huge origin tree of fire towering between heaven and earth from a distance, Wuxia nodded to Princess Zhangli. Princess Zhangli gave Wuxia a slightly worried look, then threw herself at him, hugged him tightly, and bit him hard on the lips. "Be careful." Wuxia nodded and said, "Don't worry, Great Horns is a straightforward man. At most, he will beat me up. He won't kill me, his savior. Just stay here and wait for me. If something goes wrong, we'll teleport into the formation. At worst, we'll just have to destroy the 9 blood-draining celestial fiends, and we'll be able to leave at will." Princess Zhangli nodded her head seriously. From under her sleeve, she took out an altar piece together with the skulls of immortal beasts, various strange magical items, candles, and swords, and began to prepare a set of spells with the most powerful power she knew. The curse was similar to the cosmic constellation restrictive magic Huhai had cultivated in the past. It could connect the many earth veins on Panga continent into the altar and use their power to launch an attack. If the curse dared to resist, a careless mistake would cause a great geological disaster to befall Panga continent. At that time, calamities would befall the world, and even the almighty experts of the Tao fusing realm would not dare to bear such a huge amount of karma. When Princess Zhangli was ready, Wuxia transformed into the old man Yuan Ling in his previous life. Stepping on a cloud of Yuan Ling's energy, he drifted toward the origin tree of fire. The Sphinx was yawning on a branch of the incomparably huge origin tree of fire. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had just had a good meal, but it was unknown whether his food was divine beasts or some unlucky immortals. Under the tree, Great Horns was frowning and stroking the big hole that the divine tree had made in the war. That day, the Taoist had grabbed Yao Ling with his divine ability and smashed her heavily on the tree, creating a huge pit 1,000 feet in circumference and hundreds of feet deep, causing the tree to lose a lot of energy. Later on, Wuxia stole a huge amount of energy essence from the origin tree of fire, which severely damaged the tree's vitality. Now its gleam was a little dim. Great Horns did not know what Wuxia had done, and he blamed the Taoist for all the crimes. As he stroked the damaged part of the tree, he cursed all the Taoist's relatives. Chaos Fiend gods did not have parents or elders, but Great Horns did not care about that. He had cursed the Taoist's parents, his grandparents, and 18 generations of his ancestors over and over again, uttering all kinds of obscenities that were comparable to the words of 1,000 hooligans in the marketplace. Wuxia was speechless as he listened to Great Horns' curses from a distance. Great Horns, who was once so simple and simple-minded, was now not only a supreme existence in the realm of Tao fusing, but even his verbal skills had become so terrifying. Wuxia vaguely remembered that when Great Horns cursed people, he only knew how to use the 3-character sutra. But now, he was able to come up with all kinds of fantastic words, which made Wuxia feel ashamed of his inferiority. Wuxia sighed with emotion, then stepped on a green cloud and flew forward. All his attention was focused on the tree's injury, so Great Horns did not notice Wuxia's approach. The lion man was lying on a branch, digesting the delicacy he had just eaten, so he did not notice Wuxia's presence either. But the dozens of red-robed Taoists sitting cross-legged under the tree and cultivating by the sea of lava opened their eyes at the same time. The oldest among them, an old Taoist with a tuft of white hair carefully tied into a bun the size of a jujube, pointed a finger at Wuxia and snapped, "Who are you, evildoer? How dare you come here to court death?" About 100 miles away from the origin tree of fire, Wuxia halted the cloud with a smile on his face. He had not seen these red-robed Taoists the last time he came here. Judging by their cultivation base, the bald old Taoist was a third-tier primordial expert, while the other half of them were at the level of primordial expert. The remaining half of them, more than 30 people, were at the level of peak-level gold immortals, the kind of people who could step into the realm of primordial at any time. It seemed that these were the proud disciples that Great Horns had collected over the years. Although Great Horns did not establish a sect and recruit disciples, he did not live in a vacuum. He would always have some interactions with others. Perhaps, when he was wandering in the world, he would instruct a few itinerant cultivators and save a few fated people. These people could be considered as his in-name disciples. Now, facing the pressure from Tao League and Buddhist League, it was very likely that Great Horns had gathered them together, taught them the great Tao, and even forcibly improved their cultivation base and magic power. The bald Taoist cried out. Great Horns turned around with a gloomy face and snapped. "What are you shouting about? What's the big deal about making a fuss about nothing? So what if someone came here by mistake? If they are good people, let them leave, and if they are not, let your senior brother eat them. What are you shouting about? What are you shouting about?" Without giving Wuxia a glance, Great Horns pointed at the red-robed Taoists and scolded them. "You'd better learn more from Lao Tzu. Learn what it means to be steady, what it means to be mature, and what it means to—" Damn it! While he was lecturing the Taoists to be mature, steady, calm in the face of danger, and have the demeanor of a great general, Great Horns suddenly glanced at Wuxia. His body shuddered, and after a curse, he was already in front of Wuxia, kicking hard at Wuxia's waist. Wuxia laughed wildly. Following the Chaos Fiend God's usual fighting style, Wuxia also kicked his foot at Great Horns. A loud boom rang out. Wuxia's calf was broken into 3 parts, and he staggered back a long distance. After taking a deep breath, a clear stream of energy circulated through his body, and the broken bones were healed at an incredible speed. Great Horns, on the other hand, gave a muffled grunt and stood still. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Wuxia, then subconsciously reached out to touch the pair of horns on his head of different lengths and said, "Yuan Ling, you damned old monster. Why are you still calling me Lao Tzu's horn?" Wuxia glared at him, then pointed a finger at Great Horns and snapped, "Bullshit. It's just a horn. What about the fact that I've saved your life?" Great Horns was taken aback. He blinked and recalled how he had lost his horn years ago. After blinking his eyes quickly for a while, he bowed deeply to Wuxia with a solemn face and bent his body almost 90 degrees. "You're right, old monster. If you hadn't saved me back then, my soul would have perished long ago, and I wouldn't have achieved the Tao fusing realm today. Come to think of it, you are my great benefactor." He straightened up and patted his chest, then glared at Wuxia and shouted, "Lao Tzu has always been a man who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. You've done Lao Tzu a great favor, so you're Lao Tzu's distinguished guest. When he comes to visit in the future, he'll naturally treat you with good tea and wine. But you've chopped off one of Lao Tzu's horns, so every time you come a visit, Lao Tzu will give you a kick. Ha ha ha. You're going to suffer a little." Wuxia's face twitched. This guy still hasn't lost his nature, and he's still as straightforward as ever. Before Wuxia could speak, Great Horns suddenly roared and leaped back tens of miles. "Damn it," he shouted, pointing a finger at Wuxia and shouting. "Didn't you get into a conflict with those ox-nosed, bald donkeys and the thugs they colluded with at that time when you went to explore that ancient sacred palace? Didn't you get killed by them? Why are you still alive and kicking?" Rubbing his nose, Wuxia said with a wry smile, "It's a long story." Great Horns was taken aback. Frowning, he picked his nose and nodded vigorously. "All right, tell me in detail." Lion face, get the hell out of here for Lao Tzu. Go to that old thieving monkey and ask him for a few jars of good wine. Tell him that if he doesn't give Lao Tzu the best wine, Lao Tzu will set fire to his monkey mountain again and let his children and grandchildren have nothing left. With his arms around Great Horn's shoulders, Wuxia and Great Horns flew to the origin tree of fire and sat down. Great Horns introduced Wuxia's background to his disciples, boasting about Wuxia to the top, such as the #1 alchemist among chaos fiend gods, the #1 artifact master, the #1 eccentric temperament, the #1 ruthless, the #1 thick skin, and so on. After talking for a long time, Wuxia finally could not stand Great Horns' spitting. He stamped his foot and asked in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. I'm going to kill the Emperor of New Yu, and you have to help me conceal the Heaven's secret." Great Horns was taken aback, but then his eyes burst with a strong green light as he grabbed Wuxia excitedly. Chapter 955. What was the heavenly secret? The heavenly Tao was a river, sometimes clear and sometimes muddy. All living beings were the fish, shrimps, and crabs struggling in the river. Occasionally, a few of them could jump out of the river and look around were cultivators of the realm of Tao reasoning. Those who could lie on the rocks in the river and look around safely, but would be knocked back into the river from time to time, were almighty experts of the realm of Tao breaking. Only cultivators of the realm of Tao fusing could glide on the water like water spiders and leap into the sky from time to peep around. Whether it was a cultivator of the realm of Tao reasoning, Tao breaking, or Tao fusing, what they saw in the river was the heavenly secret. When the river was clear, those with good eyesight and luck could see the movements of the fish and divine the fates of all living beings. When the river was muddy, they could also figure out the cause of the muddy water, either because of natural or man-made disasters, and thus wisely avoid those unpredictable crises. Any almighty expert who had reached the realm of Tao could muddy the river with his divine abilities. A cultivator of the realm of Tao reasoning might only be able to muddy a small section of the river, but a cultivator of the realm of Tao breaking could turn a large section of the river upside down, making it impossible for outsiders to see the fate of a few small fish and shrimps hidden in the river. But when they reached the realm of Tao fusing, as long as they wanted to, the entire river would be turned upside down by them, like pouring a bottle of ink into a bucket of water and shaking it violently for a while, turning the entire heavenly Tao pitch black and making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on in it. Of course, the Tao fusing expert himself would know what means he had used to muddy the heavenly secret. Even if the heavenly secret was muddled, he could still trace it back using his divine abilities and mystic arts, and still have some confidence to learn what he wanted from it. For example, now that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had joined forces to muddy the heavenly secret, it was almost impossible for outsiders to find any clues from it. But the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs knew the direction of the chaotic heavenly secret. As long as they followed the direction carefully, they could still control many things. The movements of the fishes, shrimps, and crabs could not be hidden from their eyes. Just as Wuxia wanted to kill the Emperor of New Yu, as an important pawn of the celestial court and a tool to divide the Emperor aura of the human race, the Emperor's existence will be targeted by at least multiple Tao fusing experts. After all, the Emperor of New Yu wanted to divide the Emperor aura of the human race. If he was killed by Emperor Haozuan, the Emperor aura would belong to the Yu, and all the previous plans of the celestial court would be in vain. This was not a problem that could be solved by placing a few more experts around the Emperor. Since the celestial court was using the Emperor as a chess piece, they had to be careful that other brilliant players might destroy it. Therefore, there must be some almighty experts of the realm of Tao, fusing watching his every move through the heavenly secret. Even if someone wanted to kill him, it might attract their attention. Wuxia had made up his mind to kill the Emperor of New Yu. He could hide this wisp of killing intent in himself so that it would not involve the heavenly secret, which was now in a mess, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Dao patriarchs would discover his plan. But if Wuxia wanted to kill the Emperor of New Yu, even though Wuxia could hide himself well in the heavenly Dao, and even the heavenly tribulation could not find Wuxia's true form. However, it was like an invisible person killing someone. Even if you were invisible and no one could find you, the moment you killed someone, the person being killed would be under the watchful eyes of everyone. When you killed someone, your existence would be discovered. For those terrible experts of the realm of Dao fusing, as long as you revealed the slightest clue, they would immediately track your true form through the vast heavenly Dao and then launch the most terrible revenge. In fact, the moment Wuxia approached the Emperor of New Yu and attacked, the heavenly Dao would sense it, and the Emperor would emit a strange aura that would attract the attention of those almighty experts. As long as there was the slightest warning sign, Wuxia would not be able to kill the Emperor of New Yu. Therefore, he had to find someone who could confuse the heavenly secret and muddle the great river of heavenly Dao, so that no one could get any useful information from it. Great Horns widened his eyes and listened carefully to Wuxia's plan. With a restrictive barrier protecting them, even Great Horn's disciples could not know what they were discussing. As Wuxia spoke, Great Horns kept nodding his head. The flames on his horns soared more than 1,000 feet into the sky excitedly, and the roaring of the flames sounded very cheerful. After hearing Wuxia's words, Great Horn slapped Wuxia on the shoulder and said, "It's settled. I knew something was wrong during this period of time. Is this the root of the relationship? Why are they the only ones who can confuse the heavenly secret? We can also meddle in this matter. It's only fair that no one can see or predict what is going on, isn't it?" He smacked himself on the head a few times and began to grumble. No wonder he had been feeling a little confused lately, and there were many things he could not calculate clearly. Occasionally, he would notice that someone was peeking at him, but when he looked carefully, he could not find out who the person was. Wuxia nodded to himself. This was the consequence of the heavenly secret being obscured by someone. When an outsider had the upper hand, it would be difficult for one to calculate any plan. On the other hand, one's every move could be watched by others, and the whereabouts of all one's disciples could not be hidden from others. They could set up a premeditated plan for one's actions at any time and disintegrate all one's moves with the least effort. As early as Wuxia's trip to Xinyuan Peak, Wuxia had sensed that the once stable heavenly Dao was beginning to be disturbed by someone, and in the last 2 years, the feeling had become more and more obvious. Every time he meditated, he could clearly sense the violent vibration of the heavenly Dao, which made him feel sticky all over as if he was shrouded in a layer of mist. It was very uncomfortable. Wuxia's cultivation base was only in the realm of Dao breaking. In other words, he was still passively struggling with the heavenly Dao. It was true that he was invisible in the heavenly Dao, but his true form was still in the great river. It was like a fish in the water. When someone deliberately stirred the river into a whirlpool, the fish would be the first to know. On the other hand, people like Great Horns who had already left the river would be slower to react. After a round of complaints, Great Horns tore open the void in front of him and cried out, Hey, are you all awake? Listen to me, those bald donkeys and ox noses are not very kind. Sink your mind into the heavenly Dao and sense it. These guys have made their move before us." A dozen voices came out of the hole Great Horns had torn open, and everyone was shocked. "What's going on?" Yao Ling was complaining. How could they have completely muddled the heavenly Dao in advance? "Well, Wu Divinity, you're the quickest among us. Why didn't you warn us about this? TSK, we've suffered a great loss." Wu Divinity's gloomy voice rang out. "Who among us has ever deceived the heavenly Dao for so many years?" No one answered. Great Horns shook his head and grinned at Wuxia. Then he said loudly, Cut the crap. We've all been muddle-headed for so many years, and none of us has ever played with these things. Well, only those bald donkeys and ox noses like to play with things like deceiving the heavenly Dao. We're used to fighting with our fists and kicks, but they like to play sneaky tricks. You can't blame Wu Divinity for not warning us." None of us had the idea, did we? Almost in unison, the 18 saints smacked their lips and cursed the non-existent ancestors of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs at the same time. Wuxia just shook his head. These 18 saints were basically the same as great horns. How could they allow a group of people like them to have the cultivation base of Tao fusing realm? However, a gleam flickered in Wuxi's eyes. According to the methods of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, if someone was as shrewd and calculative as them and wanted to fuse with the Tao, he would most likely be attacked by their joint forces. In that case, it was thanks to his one-track mind that Great Horns was able to fuse with the Tao. Then, Wuxia immediately thought of himself. If he were to fuse with the Tao in the future, would the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs attack him? There was almost no doubt that they would do something to him, especially when he was a non-existent person to the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. If a non-existent person suddenly fused with the Tao, it would be strange if they did not react violently. He had to prepare for a rainy day and find the safest way to protect himself. Perhaps he would have to have a good talk with these 18 saints. Wu Divinity's gloomy voice rang out. Great Horns, cut the crap. With your temperament, you would never think of this. Who is the expert who gave you the instruction? Wuxia rose to his feet slowly and bowed toward the void. Fellow Taoists, I, Yuan Ling, offer greetings. A series of exclamations rang out, and Lord Chongmu's was the most ear-piercing. Are you Yuan Ling the old monster? Weren't you killed a long time ago? So, you're still alive? Your cultivation base is not bad. A dozen divine senses poked out of the holes and scanned Wuxia from top to bottom. Wuxia retracted all the mystic arts in the scroll of stealing and let them examine him as they pleased. He could tell from the aura in their divine senses that these 18 saints did not mean him any harm. Wu Divinity's loud laughter rang out. Wonderful! Yuan Ling the old monster, it's great that you are still alive. With your ability, if we can hold off the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, it shouldn't be a problem for you to bully their disciples, right? Wuxia smiled, cupped his fist, and said, I'm going to bully them, so I'll have to trouble you to completely muddle the heaven secret. Since we're going to muddle the heaven secret, no one should be able to benefit from it. They can't be the only ones taking advantage of us every time, can they? As the laughter echoed out, 18 bizarre waves of Dharma surged out from different parts of Panga World and quickly merged into the vast and invisible heavenly Tao. Sitting in Empress Wa's palace, the Wahuang clan was taken aback and then suddenly burst out laughing. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs sitting in front of Empress Wa's palace opened their eyes in shock at the same time and cursed angrily in a low voice. Amidst a vast ocean of white clouds, 9 Daozu were sitting in a circle. In the middle of them was a sphere of golden light that was expanding and contracting as they breathed. Vaguely, tens of thousands of blurry figures could be seen drifting in the golden light. The heavenly Tao was thrown into chaos. The 9 Daozu shuddered, and their hand incantation gestures were thrown into disorder at the same time. The vast heaven secret became a mess, and no one could get any information from it. Everyone's eyes were filled with darkness, and it was absolutely fair to everyone. Chapter 956. The streets and alleys of Yuxiong, the capital of New Yu, were crowded with people, many of whom were itinerant immortals and cultivators in Taoist robes. It was impossible to see any immortals or cultivators in Liangzhu, but in this city, some immortals had even been recruited into the army and various government offices. It was said that dozens of immortal sects with gold immortals had joined the army, and those gold immortals had become important ministers in New Yu's imperial court. Naturally, their disciples were superior in the city, and no one dared to provoke them. Clad in a Taoist robe of water and fire, with a tortoise-shell sword on his back and a Rui scepter forged of purple gold and inlaid with 7 treasures in his collar, Wuxia swaggered into the city without being questioned. The soldiers who were stationed at the city gate turned a blind eye to Wuxia, and even the officer of the city gate gave Wuxia a bright smile with a hint of fear. Wuxia felt sick of the flattery from the officer. In the past, such a thing would never happen to you. Even if you were a high-ranking official of a province, if you entered or left the city through the gate officer in charge of guarding the city would not give you extra care because of your official position. Instead, he would ask you to stop and be inspected. They were old-fashioned, but they were simple and honest, and never had such a flattering, even somewhat obscene, smile on their faces. The streets of Yuxiong were bustling with men and women, and there were even men and women openly flirting on the street. Even in broad daylight, there were women in gorgeous clothes winking at men outside a few exquisite pavilions built of fragrant wood. Wuxia could not help but be shocked. Isn't Niu opening up too fast? He thought. He had never seen such a scene anywhere in Niu. How did the city become like this? The occasional sounds of sex could be heard coming out of the pavilions. When Wuxia's divine sense enveloped the pavilions, he found that there were guests having sex with the women in broad daylight. Some of the guests had nascent souls and Jin Dan in their bodies, which showed that they were itinerant cultivators, while others had extremely strong bodies, which showed that they were warriors who had practiced the cultivation technique of the human race. But in both the Yu and New Yu, only soldiers who had been selected for the army could practice the cultivation techniques of the human race. In other words, these men who were fooling around in a brothel in broad daylight should be New Yu's officers or soldiers. If they were into Yu, not to mention running out of the barracks to do such shady business in broad daylight, even the slightest dereliction of duty will be severely punished by military law. But in these brothels alone, there were more than 200 New Yu generals and soldiers, several of whom had the cultivation base above the second pang of heaven. Clearly, they were the generals of New Yu's army. Wuxia could not help but roll his eyes. New Yu is indeed a new trend into Yu. How could such a thing happen into Yu? As he walked along the street, he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. A gray-haired old man was kicked into the air, and when he fell to the ground, his body was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Suddenly, the shrill cry of a girl rang out. Wuxia hurried over and saw a young man in a gorgeous robe, laughing and kissing a beautiful girl who was only 13 or 14 years old in his arms. A group of New Yu soldiers in leather armor surrounded the young man, laughing and drawing their blades to threaten the passers-by nearby, telling them not to come close and meddle in their business. Wuxia was deeply shocked once again. It had only been a few years since New Yu split from Yu, but the Emperor of New Yu had been able to corrupt the atmosphere to such an extent. The Emperor of New Yu was really something to be proud of. Perhaps it was not only the Emperor of New Yu's problem, but those immortal sects who had submitted to him had also made a great contribution. They had completely corrupted the upper echelons of the human race, and then gradually corrupted the whole human race, just like the humans in outer heavenly realms and the mortal worlds. When the human race was no longer human, when they lost confidence in themselves and all hope, they would naturally worship those sacred immortals and Buddhas, and the whole human race would fall completely under the control of Tao League and Buddhist League. With a ripping sound, the young man tore the girl's coarse cloth to shreds. Her fair legs were still stained with mud, and chunks of lotus roots were rolling all over the ground beside her. Clearly, she and the gray-haired old man had come to Yuxiong City to sell lotus roots, but they had encountered such an unexpected disaster. Her clothes were torn, and her fair body was exposed in front of everyone. She threw her head back and screamed, then spat out an arrow of blood from her mouth. She had committed suicide by biting her tongue. She was so fast that even Wuxia had no time to react. A wisp of her soul had already drifted up into the air and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The corner of Wuxia's eyes twitched with anger. He snorted coldly and flicked his finger, casting a small restrictive spell around the young man and the soldiers who had helped the wicked. Then, Wuxia moved quickly, darting through the crowd like a fish, and left the street in the blink of an eye. With a rumble, a red flame rose into the sky. The young man and the soldiers were enveloped by the sudden red flame, burning them and making them writhe on the ground. There was something strange about the flame, for it only burned the young man and his subordinates, and even burned their fat. However, when someone accidentally touched the flame, it seemed to be an illusion and did not hurt him at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man was burned to a pile of ashes. Standing in the distance, Wuxia looked up into the sky and saw the souls of the young man and the dozens of soldiers around him fly up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wuxia could not help but grin coldly. What a grand plan! Could it be that from today on, you will collect the souls of all the dead living beings on Panga continent and use them to become deities? Even if this fellow becomes a deity in the future, I'll find him and beat him to death. He was standing on the side of the road, staring blankly into the distance. All of a sudden, a heavy dragon skin whip came lashing at him, and a shrill, unpleasant voice cried out, "Get lost! You filthy Taoist, why don't you get lost now? Who dares to stand in the way of Lord Xianxia's chariot?" Wuxia dodged the whip and took 2 steps back, then saw a pure gold chariot slowly passing by, surrounded by over 100 soldiers. A few tall and strong eunuchs were standing on the carriages, proudly lashing their dragon-skinned whips everywhere. Whenever they saw someone blocking their way or someone they didn't like, they would lash the whips right on the head. As he scanned the chariot with his divine sense, Wuxia could not help but grin coldly. How could an ant-like existence like an 18th-tier gold immortal act so domineeringly? What surprised Wuxia the most was that the few eunuchs on the chariot were real eunuchs. Eunuchs who had their genitals cut off. There was no such thing as eunuchs on Panga continent. Even the human emperor of Great Yu adhered to the same principle. Everyone might have different official positions and titles, but fundamentally, all the human race were ordinary existences of creation, and there was no distinction between nobility and inferiority. Therefore, there were no eunuchs in Yu who harmed the human body and destroyed people's dignity. All the eunuchs were healthy men, and the eunuchs in palace maids married each other to produce offspring. Some eunuchs were even as powerful as the ministers of the outer court. But in New Yu, Wuxia's horizons were broadened. He saw eunuchs, real eunuchs. Wuxia could imagine the process. When the eunuchs were cut off for the first time in the cleansing room of the imperial palace, the whole of New Yu had begun to degenerate. They began to move closer to the human kingdoms in outer heavenly realms and to the human beings in the mortal world. The whole of Yoxiong City gave Wuxia the impression of ostentatious, decadent, confused, and directionless. It was filled with a filthy atmosphere that Wuxia was not used to and even disgusted by. Looking up at the sky with cold eyes, Wuxia sneered. "This is what you want, isn't it? You want the human race to degenerate step by step, from human to human, and then you can do whatever you want with it." Grinning coldly, Wuxia glanced at the chariot of the so-called honorable revered elder, then flicked his sleeve and walked boldly toward the imperial palace in the middle of the city. Along the way, he intentionally or unintentionally released the aura of a peak-level gold immortal, which attracted the attention of others. Hundreds of divine senses, strong and weak, scanned his body, but when he deliberately spread his powerful divine sense outward, all the divine senses carefully avoided him. The so-called Honorable Sinecure, an 18th-tier gold immortal, leaped out of the coach in fear and trepidation, ran to Wuxia's side, and put on a flattering smile as he said, "Welcome, senior. I'm really." Wuxia slapped the gold immortal in the face and sent him flying far away. Half of his cheekbone was smashed by Wuxia, and all his teeth flew out of his mouth. Wuxia snorted coldly and said, "How dare you behave so presumptuously in front of me, Taoist?" Striding up to the imperial palace, Wuxia shouted at the general stationed in front of the gate, "I'm here to be an official. Tell your steward how high I can be and how many benefits I can get. If the benefits are too little, A ferocious and domineering aura towered into the sky. Chi-Chi's body swayed, and at the same time, he was knocked to the ground by the murderous aura. 3 supreme oracles in black robes appeared silently in front of Wuxia. When they sensed the aura emanating from Wuxia, they could not help but laugh at the same time. They bowed slightly to Wuxia, and one of them said with a chuckle, "Fellow Taoist, with your cultivation base, I'm sure there will be a good position for you in New Yu. Please, come in, come in. Everything can be discussed. Please, 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 everything can be discussed. May I ask where fellow Taoist is from?" Glancing at the few supreme oracles who had come out to greet the guests, Wuxia grinned. He glanced to his left and right, and with a sway of his body, a ferocious beast about 100 feet long with a dragon head and a tiger's body suddenly appeared. A terrible aura rolled out of him as Wuxia's aura suddenly broke through the peak of Gold Immortal Realm and reached the level of the Primordial Realm. Opening his big mouth and laughing, Wuxia snorted coldly and said, "Now you know where I am from? I'm Lord Teeth. Hee hee, I've come down the mountain this time to seek glory, splendor, wealth, and to accumulate virtue." The three supreme oracles were startled, and then they cried out in ecstasy. Hee hee. They exchanged a glance, then bowed respectfully. Then Wuxia transformed back into his human form and swaggered into the palace. 2 hours later, the Emperor of New Yu personally issued a decree, and the Lord Teeth, Wuxia, became New Yu's chief honorable elder. Chapter 9:57. It had been several days since he became New Yu's chief honorable elder. On this day, the Emperor of New Yu finally held a banquet to welcome Wuxia. It was also the first time Wuxia had seen the Emperor up close. In the extravagantly decorated Great Hall, the Emperor sat on the throne at the top of the 9-layered jade dais with a big smile on his face, raising his golden wine vessel and toasting to the courtiers, oracles, and honorable elders. The Great Hall was filled with thunderous cheers as everyone enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Vats of fine wine were brought up one after another, and delicacies such as roasted cows and goats were served at high prices. Musicians were playing music in the corners of the Great Hall, and everyone in the hall was served by several enchanting and beautiful girls. For example, Wuxia was surrounded by 8 gorgeously dressed girls at the moment, and 2 of them had almost thrown themselves into his arms. Wuxia's current identity was Lord Teeth, the divine beast Lao Wu who had cultivated into a human form. He was New Yu's chief honorable elder and ranked first among the immortals recruited by the immortal sections. Therefore, he enjoyed excellent treatment, and the few girls around him were also the prettiest girls in the Great Hall, only slightly less attractive than the girls around the Emperor and several other important ministers of New Yu. Drinking wine and feasting on meat, Wuxia's hands wandered up and down the girls' bodies, making them pant and have tears in their eyes. After spending so many years in Dark Een Celestial Tower with 90,000 concubines, Wuxia had a thorough understanding of a girl's body. His fingers were always skimming the edges of the girl's most sensitive areas, giving them a feeling of being tickled through their boots. The uncomfortable feeling of an itch that went deep into their bones but could never be relieved made them pant and moan, completely forgetting where they were. Out of the corner of his eye, Wuxia glanced at the Emperor, who was sitting on the dais, while the Emperor, who kept toasting with a wine vessel, was also studying Wuxia. The Emperor of New Yu was in a good mood. His father, Emperor Haozuan, was attacking New Yu with the Great Yu army. However, New Yu's overall strength was equal to that of the Yu, and with the help of countless extraordinary people who had come to his side, such as the many honorable elders in the Imperial Palace, they had inflicted great casualties onto Yu soldiers. At the moment, the war between the Yu and New Yu was at a stalemate, and the front lines were in a stalemate. It was easy for the Yu to complete the task given to the Emperor by the Buddhist League. Over the past few days, Wuxia, who claimed to be Lord Teeth, had come to join them. After the overt and covert tests of New Yu's supreme oracles and gold immortal honorable elders, Wuxia found that Lord Teeth's true form was indeed a Yayu. In these overt and covert tests, Tao Lord Teeth had also shown his overwhelming and terrible strength, so much so that even New Yu's supreme oracle was easily suppressed by his special divine ability. It was a great thing to have another strong helper. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and smiled complacently. Looking at Wuxia, who had provoked a few girls, he raised his wine vessel high and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Immortal Teeth. From today on, we are all family." Laughing and joking, Wuxia grabbed a teenage girl and poured a bottle of wine in her mouth, then brought his mouth close to hers and drank every single drop of the wine. The countless civil and military officials and revered immortals in the great hall laughed in unison, while the fiend immortals danced and yelled. The atmosphere was extremely foul, and the atmosphere was extremely foul. Several times, Wuxia wanted to kill the emperor with a sword strike, but each time, Wuxia was alarmed and dared not to do it. After observing the emperor for a long time, he noticed that there was a fist-sized golden lotus hanging on his waist. Wuxia reckoned that the golden lotus flower with only 6 petals was actually a clone created from some strange magical treasure using a mighty divine ability. However, he dared not to attack it rashly, as he could sense a very faint ripple of energy emanating from it occasionally. The main body of this lotus was definitely a top-notch Grand Miss Supreme treasure. Moreover, it had been refined by an almighty being's blood, soul, and magic power for countless years. Even if it was just a small clone, its power was not to be underestimated. If Wuxia could not kill the emperor with a single strike, he would never have another chance. As an important pawn of Tao League and Buddhist League, a tool used to divide to use fortune, if the emperor was assassinated, Tao League and Buddhist League would surely protect him. Perhaps the few old fogies would even send their clones to protect him. If that happened, how could Wuxia have a chance to kill him? He had to succeed with a single strike, and then try his best to kill all the princes and other members of the imperial clan who had betrayed you with the emperor. It would be best if he could kill all the members of the Yu's imperial clan in New Yu, so that it would be impossible for Tao League and Buddhist League to set up another emperor. Without the bloodline of the human emperor, even if he made someone else the emperor of New Yu, his fortune would still be weakened. After thinking for a long time, Wuxia laughed unrestrainedly. In front of so many people, he ripped off the clothes of the girl next to him. The girl screamed and laughed as she threw herself into Wuxia's arms, her hair disheveled, her legs wrapped around Wuxia's waist, and her firm white flesh rubbed against Wuxia's face. Laughing strangely, Wuxia wantonly enjoyed the girl's tenderness. Sitting on the throne, the emperor also laughed. He whispered to a black-robed Taoist sitting next to him, "Please don't blame me, Reverend. A divine beast like Lao AI is the most ferocious and ruthless, and he acts only on instinct. Although he is a little licentious, he didn't mean to be disrespectful to you." "It doesn't matter," said the Taoist lightly. "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. This Lord Teeth is a straightforward man, and it seems that he is fated with Buddhist League. Your Majesty should know that we have lost 18 delightful Buddhas recently. If this Lord Teeth is willing to abandon the Tao and join the Buddhist League, he is a great candidate." The emperor blinked and said with a smile, "You're right, Reverend. This Lord Teeth does have the demeanor of a delightful Buddha." The Taoist laughed strangely, and the emperor also laughed heartily. Wuxia, who was holding a few almost naked girls in his arms and groping them, also burst out laughing when he heard what the Taoist said. "You want me to be a delightful Buddha? Aye, this is a good deal. Maybe I should send a clone to Buddhist League. Just relying on Tao Wu alone, that guy might not be able to get any useful information." The banquet did not end until dawn broke in the east. Drunk, Wuxia staggered back to the temple of revered elders on the west side of the palace with the help of a few girls. Then, he lay down and began to snore deafeningly. His body gradually swelled up and returned to his true form as Lao AI. Carefully, a few girls brought warm water and white cloths to clean the hair and nails of this giant Swanee, making him look clean from head to toe. The temple of revered elders on the west side of the palace was a huge group of palaces, hundreds of large and small pavilions clustered together. Between the palaces were all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. The palace occupied by Wuxia was called Palace of Carefree, the largest and most magnificent among the temple of revered elders. Just next to it was the inner palace, where the emperor usually lived. Lying on the bed, Wuxia used one of his clones to transform into Lao AI's true form and continue to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, his true form had transformed into a wisp of invisible energy and burrowed into the ground, bypassing countless restrictive spells and formations along the way, heading straight for the inner palace. All the defensive spells and formations in Nuyu's palace were aimed at enemies invading from outside, while the ones inside, from the Temple of Revered Elders to the inner palace, were less than 1% of those on the outside. All the defensive spells and formations on the palace walls were deadly formations with amazing power, while more than 90% of those on the inside were early warning formations with very little power. After all, with a layer upon layer of protective spirit arrays on the periphery, no one would arrange too many spirit array restrictions in their own residences. Moreover, none of the defensive spells in the palace were separated from the system of the used Directorate of Celestials and the Secret Palace. So, Wuxia easily broke through them and sneaked outside the Emperor's bedchamber. When the banquet was over, the eastern sky was just beginning to brighten. By right, the Emperor should be ready to take care of the court and state affairs at this moment. But, hiding outside the bedchamber's window, all Wuxia heard was the moaning of a woman and the Emperor's heavy panting like a horse that had run hundreds of miles with a heavy load. Wuxia was shocked. He glanced up at the sky and saw that it was already bright outside. This Emperor of Nuyu really has a bit of an arrogant demeanor. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia circled around the bedchamber and then entered it. Transforming into a wisp of ordinary flame, he hid in the light of a candle on a golden candlestick in a corner of the bedchamber. Glancing around curiously, Wuxia could not help but shake his head. It was not easy to kill the Emperor of Nuyu. The golden lotus flower had been thrown to the ground along with the Emperor's belt, but on his bed, 8 Apsaras of the Buddhist League were fighting with him with astonishing cultivation bases and strange fragrances emanating from their bodies. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, their bodies exuded a strange fragrance, and petals swirled around them all the time. Their bodies were so graceful that they seemed boneless, and their voices sounded like the cries of immortal birds. These were the characteristics of the Apsaras of the Buddhist League. Not only were their cultivation bases weak, but they were also very intelligent. Anyone who approached them with the slightest malice would alert them instinctively. Moreover, these Apsaras were born by attaching themselves to the natal Buddhist treasures of some almighty expert of the Buddhist League. Unless the almighty expert was killed, his Buddhist kingdom, and all his Buddhist treasures were destroyed, these Apsaras would be unkillable. Even supreme existences of the Tao, fusing realm, would have a headache if they were entangled by them. The 8 Apsaras happened to form a famous Buddhist formation of the Buddhist League, the 8 dragons of infinite Mahakasepa Vajra formation with amazing defensive power. It was a pure defensive formation, and it was said that once it was formed, no one could break it. The Buddhist League would not give the Emperor of Nuyu 8 precious Apsaras for no reason, just to accompany him in bed. These Apsaras had a duty to keep him safe. Given their great intelligence, they would immediately form a defensive formation once Wuxia had the intention to kill the Emperor of Nuyu. At the moment, the cultivation bases of the 8 Apsaras were all at the level of 9th-tier primordial immortals, and their enormous energy was constantly being injected into the Emperor's body to help him improve his cultivation base. But Wuxia could vaguely sense that somewhere in these Apsaras was connected to a Buddhist treasure of terrible power. Once needed, their cultivation bases would immediately rise to the peak of primordial immortals, and it was even possible for them to reach the realm of Tao breaking. The Apsaras of the Buddhist League could not be judged as ordinary immortals. They were not even real intelligent creatures. They were simply fighting tools cultivated by the Buddhist League. Wuxia smiled bitterly. If the 8 Apsaras had formed the 8 dragons of infinite Mahakasepa formation, he would not have been able to break their defense. It was not easy to kill the Emperor of Nuyu. Chapter 958. Ding! A crisp ringing echoed out, and it made Wuxia's body tremble. Subconsciously, he gave the bedchamber a glance, pondered for a brief moment, then plunged into the ground through the candlestick, carefully heading towards the direction where the ringing came from. Just outside the bedchamber, a small thatched hut had been built. The 3-foot-tall iron sill was striking, but there was no door. Inside the hut, about 10 feet in circumference, sat a black-clothed Taoist with a carp-shaped jade bell suspended in front of him. He was chanting a mantra, and tiny golden lotus flowers sprayed out of his mouth, hitting the bell and producing a crisp tinkle. Wuxia attached himself to a withered grass in the hut and studied the Taoist carefully. He was dressed like a Taoist, but he was practicing the cultivation technique of the Buddhist League. As a result, his Buddhist energy was vast and endless. When Wuxia looked at him with the primal Dharma eye, he saw that he was like a little sun hovering in the hut, illuminating it with a brilliant light. He was definitely one of the few almighty experts of the Buddhist League today. Although all his magic power was converged in his body, Wuxia could feel that he was only half a step away from the realm of Tao breaking, and that he would be able to step into the realm of Tao breaking with just a little effort. Perhaps even the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, did not have such a cultivation base. Who was this man? As he studied the Taoist carefully, Wuxia was shocked to find that he did not have an Adam's apple on his neck. His neck was slender, his skin delicate, and there was a faint fragrance wafting out of his body. He was a female cultivator. Wuxia pondered for a moment. He looked carefully at the Taoist for a while, then glanced at the bedchamber and nodded as if he had understood something. He was afraid that the 8 apsaras were the work of this Taoist. He had condensed his divine will into the bodies of the apsaras and had intercourse with the emperor day and night. His body was pure and unstained, but his heart was struggling in the boundless mortal world, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff, struggling to transcend the realm of death. Like a fledgling in an eggshell, once he broke free from the mortal world, he would immediately reap the fruits of his labor. The black-clad Taoist was not only protecting the emperor of New Yu, but also tempering his Buddhist nature with the emperor in order to break through the realm of Tao breaking. In that case, the treasures entrusted by the 8 holy maidens were also in the hands of the black-robed Taoist. Wuxia looked up and down at the black-clothed Taoist, scanning him for a long time. Finally, his eyes focused on the carp-shaped jade bell floating in front of the Taoist. After a moment of silence, Wuxia silently left the thatched cottage and returned to Carefree Palace, merging with his clone. At the moment when Wuxia left, the black-clothed Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and glanced around suspiciously. After that, he began to calculate with his fingers, trying to figure out where the throbbing in his heart came from just now. However, Wuxia's escape technique was profound and did not leave any traces. Now that the 18 sages had joined forces to destroy the heavenly secrets, the black-robed Taoist could not find any clues even after spending a great deal of effort. With a cold snort, the black-clothed Taoist nodded slowly and said, "It seems that the filth of the mortal world has tainted my state of mind. Well, if I can struggle and transcend it, I will succeed in the great Tao. Your Majesty, please use the 18th mystic art I taught you, and I'll help you break through the current realm." As he recited the mantra, a golden lotus the size of a fist shot out and smashed heavily into the bell. The emperor shuddered as soon as the bell rang out, and a stream of hot air rushed up from his lower abdomen. He assumed a strange posture. The 8 holy maidens were dancing on the bed, making love to him one after another. Streams of hot air kept pouring into his body, bombarding the bottlenecks and obstacles in his cultivation base. Countless illusions emerged in front of the black-clothed Taoist. The 8 holy maidens who were having sex with the emperor seemed to have turned into her. Her face alternated between red and pale, and she kept reciting the mantra, fighting back all kinds of discomfort while silently extracting wisps of pure Zen power from the boundless lust and fusing them into her natal relic. All appearances are illusory. If you see all appearances but not appearances, you will see the Tathagata. The heart of the past is unattainable. The heart of the present is unattainable. and the heart of the future is unattainable. If you see me with your looks and beg me with your voice, you are walking the evil path, and you cannot see the Tathagata. All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew or lightning. This is how you should view it. The scripture slowly drifted down from the top of the emperor's head into the vital acupoints all over his body, enveloping him in a vast sheet of golden light. In the next few days, Wuxia was very busy. In the name of the chief honorable elder of New Yu, Wuxia acted like a tyrant in New Yu. Every day, he ordered the officials of New Yu to help him collect all kinds of herbs as if they were his grandchildren. Whenever they made a mistake, he would beat and scold them, which made the officials in charge of the affairs of the Temple of Honorable Elders miserable and afraid to get close to Carefree Palace. After a few days of hard work, Wuxia had collected all the auxiliary herbs he needed. Then he told the officials that he was going into a secluded cultivation and hid in Carefree Palace. If outsiders tried to get close to Carefree Palace, they would immediately be counterattacked by the restrictive spells he had set up. In just a few days, some oracles, honorable elders, and officials who tried to approach Carefree Palace intentionally or unintentionally were killed or wounded, and no one dared to take a step closer to the palace anymore. During these days, Wuxia produced the heaven refining cauldron and carefully concocted a dose of ecstasy perfume with the innate divine tree in Yuan Ling's nether realm, the flower of yin and yang harmony as the main ingredient, and dozens of spirit herbs with acquired energy of harmony as supplementary ingredients. The effect of the medicine was not to be seen, but it was extremely potent. Years ago, when Yuan Ling created the prescription, he had secretly tried it on several chaos fiend gods. The result of the experiment was that the 7 chaos demon gods, who were originally best friends, became sworn enemies. 4 men and 3 women were bewitched by the ecstasy perfume, and they had sex for a month. Lord Yuan Ling, who was hiding at the side, was overjoyed, but it also made these chaos demon gods too ashamed to show their faces in front of others. The incident caused a stir in the circle of chaos fiend gods for a while, but no one except Yuan Ling knew what was wrong with the 7 chaos fiend gods. This showed what a bastard Yuan Ling was in Wuxia's previous life. He deserved to be beaten to death by the crowd. However, it also showed how overbearing the power of the ecstasy fragrance was. Even those talented chaos fiend celestials couldn't withstand its medicinal effects, so it was extremely difficult for others to resist it. He weighed the ecstasy incense in his hand, which was 100 times heavier than before, and let out a strange laugh. After putting away the heaven refining cauldron and all the restrictive spells, Wuxia swaggered out of the door. One of his clones transformed into Lord Teeth and went to the officials of the Temple of Honorable Elders, asking them to accompany him on a tour around Yuxiong City. Meanwhile, his true form went underground and came back to the Taoist hut. After a few days, the emperor was still fighting with the enchanting and beautiful apsaras in high spirits. The Taoist was clearly at a critical juncture. 9 layers of Buddhist light were rising behind her head, gradually fusing with one another. If they could be fused into one, the power of the Buddha in her true form would be completely fused with what the 8 apsaras had obtained through the cultivation of a mortal world, and she would step into the realm of Tao breaking. In the emperor's bedchamber, the emperor howled and attacked the apsaras beneath him. In the hut next door, the Taoist, whose face was as red as blood, was rapidly reciting a mantra. While suppressing the strange feelings that the apsaras had given her true form with her mind as clear as water, she was exercising the meditation technique with great caution to take the critical step. As soon as Wuxia removed the cork of the ecstasy perfume, an invisible and odorless plume of smoke rose, turned into 2 twisting and intertwining streams of energy, and went into the Taoist's nostrils. The Taoist's face, which was so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood, suddenly turned purple-red. At the same time, all the sensitive parts of her body were bursting with hot currents that frightened and overwhelmed her. The hot currents swept through her like flames, instantly destroying her state of mind and devouring her reason. A monstrous flame of desire rose, and her skin turned bright red. In front of the ecstasy perfume that Wuxia had personally concocted, all the Dharma and meditation techniques had become a joke. The black-clothed Taoist's eyes were burning with lust, and sweat was dripping from all the pores on his body. The sweat was as sticky as glue, giving off an intoxicating aroma. A deep moan came from the Taoist's mouth. She fell to the ground powerlessly, her eyes showing the whites of her eyes and her entire body trembling. On the bed, the eyes of the 8 holy ladies suddenly widened. The originally beautiful, dignified, and amiable holy ladies had suddenly turned into terrifying Rakshas's daughters. Their skin was slightly reddened, and their dignified faces were now covered with a layer of lewd and ferocious expressions. They laughed and threw themselves on the emperor at the same time, using all kinds of mystic arts of the joyful sect to provoke his passion. The emperor, who was fighting fiercely with the Apsaras, felt a wave of pleasure wash over him. He also seemed to smell a subtle fragrance, and all his reason was swallowed up in an instant. When Wuxia came to the emperor's bedchamber, he watched as his body shriveled up, his spirit, energy, and soul sucked away by the Rakshasa, transformed from the Apsaras. Even his soul was sucked away by them. Apsaras and Rakshasa were 2 sides of the same coin, and they changed according to one's will. Wuxia, on the other hand, sneered. Sure enough, those old fellows from the Buddhist League and Tao League had done something. If their own people were killed, their souls could escape smoothly and wait for their ascension. But when they were killed by their men, not even their souls were left. It seemed that he would have to remind the upper echelons of the East Sea not to end up with their souls destroyed, which would be heart-wrenching. With a crackling sound, the emperor's mummified corpse shattered and turned into a cloud of ashes that scattered in all directions. The 9 purple flood dragons in his body roared and were about to flee. Wuxia gave a cold snort, waved his sleeve, and forcibly collected them, then put them away inside his body. The 8 Rakshasa lay on the bed, panting violently. Their minds were so confused by the ecstasy fragrance that they did not notice what was happening in the outside world. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia spun and teleported out of the room, found his clone wandering outside, and merged with him smoothly. Those who accompanied Wuxia's clone were just some weak immortals, and they could not find Wuxia's trace. Before long, the golden bells in the palace rang, and the ominous news spread throughout the city in an instant. Chapter 959. A dozen eunuchs and immortals hurriedly escorted Wuxia back to Nu Yu's palace. Then, hundreds of supreme towers appeared over the palace, completely sealing it off from inside and outside with a tremendous pressure. A cold and harsh warning rang in the ears of all the foreign immortals and itinerant cultivators who stayed in Yuxiang City. Everyone, stay where you are and wait for investigation. Anyone who dares to move will be killed. An elder from an immortal sect who had just submitted to Nu Yu snorted unhappily. What's the fuss about? We are Nu Yu's honorable elders, not its prisoners. What do you want? Even though he had received Nu Yu's warning, the elder still flew up into the sky from one of the halls in the Temple of Honorable Elders. A ball of ghost fire fell from above and hit the elder, who did not take Nu Yu's warning seriously. Even with the cultivation base of a 15th-tier gold immortal, he could not withstand the burning of the ghost fire. In just a few seconds, he was burned into a wisp of smoke, and his soul flew up into the sky before it was sucked away by the strange force. All the honorable elders in the temple shut their mouths at the same time and stayed in their residences obediently, not daring to go out. It was only then that they realized how strong Nu Yu was, and that if they had not been instructed by an almighty expert to come to Nu Yu, they would not have been treated so courteously by Nu Yu. Now that Nu Yu was clearly in a great mess, they did not bother to maintain such courtesy. Standing in front of the gate of Carefree Palace, Wuxia looked innocently at the large group of Nu Yu soldiers around him and asked, "What are you doing? What's going on? Why are you so nervous? What's going on?" An oracle in a black robe hurried over with a serious face. He bowed to Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "Please calm down, Lord Teeth. We will give you an explanation. Later on, someone will come and ask you a few questions. Please cooperate with them." Twitching his mouth, Wuxia snorted coldly and shouted, "I can calm down, but give me good wine, good meat, and beautiful women. You can't just leave me here, right? Oh, you even got a group of men to surround me. I don't have that kind of taste for men. Don't tell me it's for food." Licking his lips, Wuxia put on a greedy expression and grinned at the soldiers who had surrounded Carefree Palace. These officers and soldiers were frightened by Wuxia and hurriedly retreated a few steps. In just 2 hours, several supreme high priests arrived at Carefree Palace, escorted by more than a dozen generals. Wuxia was having a good time eating and drinking, while a dozen teenage girls were playing sumo wrestling beside him. Every now and then, he would take out large pieces of jade and gold and throw them to these girls as rewards. He was having a great time playing with them. The few supreme oracles glanced at the jade and gold that Wuxia had thrown on the ground. The stone shell on the surface of a jade had been roughly scraped off, revealing the smooth jade flesh inside. Clearly, they were unpolished jades that had just been mined from the jade mines in the mountains. As for the gold nuggets, they were natural nuggets, some of which were embedded with stones of various sizes. Thinking of the true form of Lord Teeth that Wuxia had transformed into, the few old oracles could not help but nod. It would be strange if a demon who had cultivated into a Hey-Mo could produce exquisite jade artifacts and refined gold ingots. With his bare chest exposed, Wuxia stared at the few supreme oracles and shouted, "What are you doing here?" As he shouted, Wuxia raised the flagon and poured wine into his mouth. His eyes, which had turned red because of the alcohol, were fixed on the few girls who were wrestling with each other. Their snow-white skin was exposed, and Wuxia could not help but chuckle. The few supreme oracles glanced at each other and nodded again. "May I ask, Lord Teeth, where were you around noon today?" asked one of them in a soft voice. Licking his lips, Wuxia glared at them impatiently and said angrily, "Where could I have been? Weren't you the ones who arranged for people to accompany me to go shopping?" I touched the buttocks of a few girls along the way. Are you going to avenge those sluts?" Rolling up his sleeves, Wuxia rose to his feet with a laugh, then puffed out his chest and said, Come, let me play with you." The supreme oracles took 2 steps back, while a dozen 8 and 9 stars generals of Second Panga Heaven stepped forward and stood in front of Wuxia. The supreme oracle who spoke just now said in a deep voice, "Lord Teeth was out shopping, and that seems to be true. May I ask what cultivation technique Lord Teeth is practicing?" That gave Wuxia pause. Staring at the few supreme oracles, he sneered and said, "It's none of your business what cultivation technique I'm practicing." Why are you asking me this?" To immortals, the cultivation method they cultivated was their greatest secret. Unless it was someone close to them, they would absolutely not divulge any information related to their cultivation method. By asking such a question, the few supreme oracles had actually violated the great taboo of immortal cultivators. The oracle sighed and said in a deep voice, "Please forgive me, Taoist Lord. At noon today, the Emperor of New Yu was assassinated, and even his soul was destroyed. We've thoroughly investigated all the honorable elders and foreign itinerant immortals and cultivators in Yuxiong City. Please understand, Taoist Lord, and don't hurt the friendship between us." After pondering for a moment, the oracle said, "Taoist Lord, please show us the divine abilities and mystic arts you have practiced so that we can peek into the essence of your magic power with our divine sense. As long as we are sure that you have nothing to do with the death of our emperor, New Yu will definitely offer you a gift." Rolling his eyes, Wuxia tilted his head and stared at the oracles for a long while. At last, he nodded slowly and said, Remember, it was you who forced Lord Taoist today, so he had no choice but to do as you say. But remember what happened today. Well, if you're willing to fill this storage ring with supreme-grade immortal stones and give me 10,000 beautiful girls, I can swallow my anger." After rummaging in his sleeve for a while, Wuxia took out a storage ring with a length of 30 miles and handed it to the Supreme Oracles. A storage ring with a length of 30 miles had to be filled with supreme-grade immortal stones. This was a blatant extortion, but the Supreme Oracles agreed without hesitation. They stared blankly at Wuxia, waiting for him to reveal the secret of his cultivation technique. Clearing his throat, Wuxia transformed into his true form of Mo. His body was filled with a gloomy and evil inferno hell fiend energy, and the evil fiend aura made the Supreme Oracles frown. After sending their divine sense into Wuxia's body and carefully searching for a quarter of an hour, they nodded with satisfaction and retracted their divine sense. At noon, after plotting against the black-clothed Taoist with the ecstasy incense, Wuxia had deliberately left a very weak immortal energy in the Emperor's bedchamber. It was so weak that only an almighty expert would notice it. At the moment, Lord Teeth was exercising the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, and the fiend aura around him was so strong that it had nothing to do with the immortal energy of the Tao League. The officials of New Yu had been busy for 7 days and 7 nights, and more than 2,000 unlucky fellows in Yuxiong City had been thrown into prison and tortured. Just because the aura of their magic power was slightly similar to the immortal energy Wuxia had left behind, these itinerant immortals were caught in an unjust calamity. As for whether they could come out of prison alive, Wuxia did not care. 7 days later, all the officials and people in New Yu received an earth-shattering news. The Emperor of New Yu, who had been busy with state affairs for several days, had finally coughed up blood and died. New Yu had made his eldest son, GMO, the new emperor, and after the emperor's funeral, he would choose a good and auspicious day for him to ascend the throne. At the same time, the emperor's funeral began to be held in a big way. According to the custom of the human race in Yu, all people were buried directly in the soil after death, including the human emperor. This was based on the meaning that heaven and earth created man, and the time was right for man to return to heaven and earth. But now that New Yu was under the influence of outsiders, its officials had collected a pile of the emperor's ashes and put them into a huge, luxurious coffin. Countless civil and military officials and members of the imperial clan were mourning the emperor in the palace, and the sound of mourning music spread almost throughout the whole city. As the chief honorable elder of New Yu who had been cleared of suspicion, Wuxia naturally had the right to attend the emperor's mourning hall. This was the first time New Yu had held a serious funeral for an important figure, so everything was in a hurry. In the vast hall, countless members of the imperial clan and courtiers were kowtowing to the emperor's coffin. On the square in front of the hall, 4,900 monks were chanting the rebirth scripture on the left, and 4,900 Taoists were dancing the Taoist dance on the right. Both sides were mustering their strength to expiate the souls of the dead, creating a foul atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wuxia stood at the entrance of the hall with a group of itinerant immortals with profound cultivation bases, looking at each other without saying a word. The emperor's soul had been sucked clean by Rakshasa, and he had died a very clean death. What was the point of expiating the souls of the emperor? However, the invasion of the human race by the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League was comprehensive, and the infiltration of culture and customs was an extremely important move. The emperor's funeral might be the beginning of a change in the customs of the whole of New Yu. Everything in New Yu would begin to be transformed into the kingdoms of the human race in outer heavenly realms, and eventually to a level that could satisfy the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. With a faint sigh, Wuxia shook his head and looked at the members of the imperial clan who were burning paper money and crying in the hall. According to the list obtained from Liangzhu, there were 13,947 members of Yu's imperial clan who had betrayed Yu and fled to the southern region with the emperor. At the moment, there were more than 9,800 people in the hall. The others were either guarding various provinces or leading armies in a stalemate with Yu. Now, they were rushing back to Yuxiong City on Jimo's order to attend the emperor's funeral. What Wuxia was waiting for was the moment when these members of the imperial clan who had betrayed Yu would gather together, and when the time came, he would kill them all in one fell swoop. He wanted to see how the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League could control New Yu without the Yu's imperial clan. He wanted to see what else they could do about the unjustifiable matter. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, all the important figures of New Yu's imperial clan and powerful clans had gathered in the Great Hall. The black-clothed Taoist, whose face was extremely unsightly, was escorted by a group of monks and Taoists. Chapter 960. Wuxia gave the black-clothed Taoist a glance and could not help but chuckle. "So, you spent a lot of money?" The Taoist herself possessed the cultivation base of a peak-level primordial expert, and she was now followed by 36 monks and 36 Taoists, 6 of whom were primordial immortals and 6 monks with a cultivation base of Buddhas. Moreover, the 6 primordial immortals were tall and ancient in appearance, and the 6 Buddhas had strange appearances, their eyes gleaming faintly as they glanced around. Clearly, none of them were ordinary figures. Currently, the Celestial Court and Buddhist League only had about 1,000 primordial immortals, but the Taoist, whose cultivation base had reached the peak of primordial immortal realm, was not among the primordial experts of Buddhist League that everyone knew. The 12 primordial experts behind her were also unknown in the past, and even the Celestial Court and Buddhist League themselves did not know their origins. Wuxia nodded to himself. A few days ago, when he was at Greathorn's place, he had talked a lot of nonsense to Wuxia, one of which was about the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs recruiting disciples. In the past apocalypses of heaven and earth, immortals were either killed or wounded, but the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would always select some of their disciples as the true elites, protecting them with their mighty divine abilities and magic power, so that they could safely survive the apocalypses. Perhaps, under their protection, only 3 to 5 disciples managed to escape from certain death during each apocalypse of heaven and earth. But after so many apocalypses of heaven and earth, there were quite a number of primordial immortals and Buddhas who survived. Just like the revered elders who hibernated in the temple of revered elders in Yu's secret palace, these primordial immortals and Buddhas were also the secret forces of Tao League and Buddhist League. Perhaps only the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs knew exactly how many of them there were. Wuxia looked at the few monks and Taoists behind the Taoist. Apart from the Taoists, the monks' skin had a faint bronze luster, and when they grinned from time to time, their teeth shone with a translucent luster that looked like white glass. It was obvious that they were cultivating the most difficult and powerful cultivation method of the ancient Buddha. Nowadays, the Buddhas of Buddhism either cultivated Dharmakaya, psyche power, meritorious virtues, or supernatural powers. Only the lineage of the ancient Buddhas cultivated their bodies, psyche power, and strength. As the saying goes, life and death cultivation. They used the cruelest means to train themselves in everything that could be trained. Any ancient Buddha who had achieved success in cultivation was more than 10 times stronger than the current Buddhas of the same realm. Just like the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, if he were to fight with a Buddha who cultivated the ancient Buddhist cultivation technique and reached the peak of primordial immortal, the Buddha might be able to suppress Amitabha with just a flip of his palm. However, it was precisely because the might of the ancient Buddha's mental cultivation technique was so great that the process of cultivating it was filled with endless obstacles. All sorts of devils were endless, and the slightest carelessness could lead to the death of one's body and soul. Therefore, there were very few people in the Buddhist sect who cultivated the ancient Buddhist cultivation technique. Almost all the Buddhist cultivators had chosen the convenient, fast, and safe new cultivation technique. The power of 6 monks who had cultivated the ancient Buddhist cultivation technique and reached the realm of Buddha was extremely frightening. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia watched as the black-clothed Taoist led the group of monks and Taoists out of the coffin, circled 3 times around it, and began to recite the rebirth scripture in a low voice. After circling the coffin 3 times, The Taoist led the monks and Taoists out of the funeral hall and stopped in front of the door. She squinted at Wuxia, then glanced at the many honorable elders standing near the hall. Suddenly, she asked, "Who among you is proficient in the art of alchemy?" Her voice was hoarse and dry, like sand rubbing against each other. It was hard to tell that she was a woman. Wuxia pretended to be ignorant and stared blankly at the Taoist with an expression that said, "What the hell is the art of alchemy?" Among the honorable elders, a few old Taoists with long beards and excellent bearing walked out slowly, cupping their fists and bowing proudly to the Taoist. These old Taoists were all famous elders of alchemy sects in outer heavenly realms, and their skill in alchemy was pretty good. They could not see through the overall strength of the Taoist and the monks and Taoists behind her, nor did they know who she was. In any case, when she asked who was proficient in alchemy, they could not wait to step forward in order to make a name for themselves and fight for benefits for their sections. The Taoist gave a cold laugh and gave a soft cry. Behind her, a skinny monk with the cultivation base of a Buddha waved his hand, and a lotus flower emerged from his palm. The few old Taoists were sucked into it and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. All the sinecures were shocked. They took a step forward, wanting to reason with the black-robed Taoist, but an extremely frightening wave of magic power spread out from the Taoist's body, suppressing these sinecures so much that they dared not move even a finger. "You know how to concoct pills?" Good. Unleashing the pressure of a primordial expert to suppress all the honorable elders, the Taoist sneered and said, "You know how to concoct alchemy?" "Very good." It suddenly dawned on Wuxia that the Taoist knew she had been tricked by an extremely clever knockout drug, and that was why she had done the absurd thing of sucking the emperor dry. But, for the sake of face, she did not tell the supreme oracles of Nuyu about it. It seemed that she was going to investigate the assassination of the emperor by herself. But Wuxia would not give her the chance. After the Taoist and the others left the great hall, GMO and the others began to officially preside over the emperor's funeral. Together with the members of Nuyu's imperial clan and civil and military officials, he knelt before the coffin and wailed bitterly. A few gray-haired old courtiers stood beside the emperor's coffin, holding a yellow scroll in their hands and reciting the emperor's great achievements in a trembling voice. The great hall was filled with cries and shouts. The filial sons and grandsons, on the other hand, were using all their strength to show off their feelings of remembrance and longing for the emperor of Nuyu. The Taoist's unkind eyes glanced back and forth between the faces of the silent, honorable elders, and when she suddenly saw Wuqi's strange smile, she snapped coldly, "What are you laughing at, Lord Teeth?" Wuqi giggled. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, a sheet of white flame shooting out of his palm and enveloping the entire palace in an instant. With a temperature that could burn everything and a terrible aura of annihilation, Yuan Ling's true flame rolled across the palace, turning the morning hall into ashes in an instant. Without giving the Taoist and the primordial immortals and Buddhas any time to react, Yuan Ling's true flame burned more than 10,000 members of Nuyu's imperial clan and tens of thousands of important civil and military officials into nothingness. Tens of thousands of souls soared into the sky, and the strange force surged over again, about to escort them into the void. However, the surrounding space was burned into nothingness by the Yuan Ling true flame. Large amounts of Yuan Ling true flame condensed into restrictive runes in the void, completely imprisoning this side of the world. In just a trillionth of a second, before the souls could be taken away, Yuan Ling's true flame had attached itself to them and turned them into wisps of smoke that drifted away. Then Wuqi's body trembled, and a crisp cracking sound rang out from his limbs and bones. The force that came from a great distance to suck away these souls lost its target and immediately struck back at Wuqi, almost shattering his strong, fleshly body. Vaguely, Wuqi seemed to hear the angry scolding of several people. Wuqi smiled faintly. He finally understood the source of this force. The 9 Daozu had used some kind of supreme artifact of primal as their true form, and they had crafted a strange artifact similar to the investiture of the gods. Under the protection of their magic power, the artifact would immediately sense the soul of anyone who died on Panga continent. Through the artifact's active identification, the soul of an ordinary mortal would be allowed to enter transmigration, but if it was a special soul, it would be sucked into the artifact and stored, waiting to be used to become a deity in the future. But an artifact was an artifact after all, and it could always be used. Wuxia had sealed off the void with all his magic power, delaying the insignificant power of the artifact for just a moment. In such a short time, the Yuanling True Flame had destroyed the fleshly bodies of the members of the imperial clan and the civil and military officials. Their souls were immediately injured by the Yuanling True Flame as soon as they flew up, turning into wisps of smoke and dispersing. While laughing strangely, Wuxia twisted his body, turned into a stream of chaotic energy, and disappeared without a trace. 9 terrible divine senses plunged straight down from the void, but they suddenly lost all traces of Wuxia. Unwilling to give up, they circled the city hundreds of times, then spread out and searched the entire Panga continent in the blink of an eye. But Wuxia's escape art was very exquisite. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to fight a Dao fusing expert head-on. But if he just hid his aura, who could find him? While he was hiding, his clone in the East Sea City was releasing a faint aura. The 9 divine senses scanned through Wuxia's clone, not paying much attention to Wuxia's clone. Hiding in the void, Wuxia slowly exercised his movement technique and sped toward the East Sea. He smiled complacently. The 9 old Taoists had suffered a great loss this time, and he wondered how they were going to vent their anger. Wuxia had killed tens of thousands of important chess pieces right under their noses, and almost all the higher-ups of Yu were killed. Let them be angry, let them be depressed, and let's see how they're going to play this game of chess. What made him most proud was that Wuxia had found a way to deal with the strange force. After this attempt, Wuxia had 100% confidence that he could kill the person he wanted to kill. However, it would be a very big risk. Perhaps, if he killed the person again, he would immediately be hunted down by the 9 old Taoists. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wuxia would never clash head-on with that strange artifact. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, Wuxia gradually absorbed Pangu, sacred energy, and natural energy to slowly heal his wounds. Although it was satisfying to kill the upper echelons of Yu in one fell swoop, the counterforce of the magical artifact was simply appalling. Not only that, it contained a wisp of the essence power of the 9 old Taoists, and even a wisp of the essence power of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. His body was nearly disintegrated by the counterforce. If it had not been for his extremely strong, fleshly body and the mystic art he had used in time to neutralize 90% of the counterforce, he would have been in deep trouble today. As he repaired his body and made his way back to the East Sea, he suddenly heard a deafening roar that shook the entire Panga continent. It was the roar of great horns. Bullshit! Why would Lao Tzu go and kill a few mortals who are not even worthy to be called ants? If it was Lao Tzu is your grandson. If it was not Lao Tzu, and you are Lao Tzu's grandson, do you dare to bet with Lao Tzu? Wuxia burst out laughing. The 9 old Taoists were so anxious that their eyes turned red. Go and find trouble with great horns and the others? Well, you got the wrong guy. Humming a little tune proudly, Wuxia returned to the East Sea City and sat quietly in the underground spirit cave. His mind was immersed in the boundless void inside of him, where a vigorous dragon-shaped emperor energy was twisting and struggling inside Wuxia's body. Chapter 9:61. Although he was in seclusion in the spirit cave, Wuxia was still receiving a steady stream of information from the outside world through Princess Zhonglu. After the death of the emperor, all the members of the imperial clan were killed by Wuxia, and all the important civil and military officials were either killed or wounded. Under the leadership of a black-clothed Taoist who called himself Ming Hao, Nuyu had found a child who claimed to be the emperor's illegitimate son, and made him the emperor of Nuyu. When all the civil and military officials of Nuyu were killed or wounded, it was Ming Hao who took the initiative to select a group of barely usable people from the clansmen of those civil and military officials to fill the empty court. It was the same for many of the border generals, who had selected the best of the best and urgently sent them to various military towns and cities. But things were always so strange. No matter how hard Ming Hao struggled, Nuyu's army was always routed on the battlefield. Often, as soon as the Great Yu army arrived, Nuyu's army would flee or simply kneel down and surrender. In just a month, the Great Yu army led by Emperor Haozuan, together with the two armies led by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the deities of the Yin Emperor Shenong, had recovered 70% of Nuyu's territory and were now heading straight for the city of Yuxiong. 2 months after Wuxia went into seclusion, Diyu's army came to Yuxiong. Ming Hao boldly led a large number of primordial experts to defeat the Great Yu army and save Nuyu. But in the face of Emperor Haozuan, whose cultivation base had broken through to the realm of Dao breaking and wielding the Xianyuan sword, Ming Hao was severely wounded by a single sword strike. Fortunately, the 8 Apsaras had laid out a formation to block the emperor, and he had escaped with the protection of a group of monks and Taoists. Diyu's army conquered Yuxiong and completely wiped out Nuyu. The common people in the city were demoted to sinners and distributed to Diyu's meritorious officials as slaves, while all the other officials and their families were killed. On top of that, countless immortals and cultivators from hundreds of immortal sects who had defected to Nuyu were besieged and killed by Great Yu's army. Hundreds of immortal sects were massacred, and even their immortal birds and spirit beasts were slaughtered, leaving no one alive. Even the supreme oracles who had betrayed Diyu seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. Under Emperor Haozuan's offensive, they could not withstand a single blow, as if they had lost their minds and were slaughtered by Diyu's oracles like lambs. According to the secret agents of the EC, 3 days after Diyu invaded the city, Nuyu's supreme oracles were still fighting Diyu's oracles in the sky. From time to time, huge supreme towers fell with Bailoff smoke, smashing into the mountains and severing countless rivers. 7 days later, there were no more sounds of fighting in the sky, and then Diyu's oracles gradually returned from the sky. Diyu's supreme oracles suffered almost no losses, while all the supreme oracles of Nuyu were killed. Like the other clans in Nuyu, their clansmen were slaughtered by Diyu's army, and even their infants were killed by soul-destroying curses. After the battle, Diyu's reputation soared. With this, Emperor Haozuan issued imperial edicts to all the human kingdoms around the world, ordering them to submit to Diyu, or else he would personally lead an army to wipe out all the small human kingdoms. For a time, Diyu, which had shown signs of decline, regained its prestige and expanded its army, preparing to launch an expedition. The human kingdoms who received Emperor Haozuan's edict were in a state of panic, and under the instruction of the immortal sects behind the scenes, they were also frantically preparing for the war. In terms of total population, all the human kingdoms in outer heavenly realms accounted for about 80% of the total population of Diyu. Together with the immortals of the Celestial Court and the cultivators of the Buddhist League, as long as all the human kingdoms in outer heavenly realms were united into one power, they would be able to fight against Diyu. According to the intelligence sent back by the secret agents of the EC, after receiving Diyu's edict, the Ling dynasty's attack on the human kingdoms suddenly became more than 10 times fiercer. Zhang Tingyun even appeared on the front line several times to boost morale, and took several powerful human kingdoms under his control. The secret agents even saw Zhang Tingyun behead the emperors of the enemy kingdoms in front of countless soldiers on the blood-drenched battlefield, extracting the purple energy that looked like flood dragons from their bodies and swallowing it. After getting the intelligence from the secret agents, Wuxia could not help but nod to himself. It seemed that the Emperor Aura was very useful. At the very least, the Emperor of Nuyu was killed, and Wuxia robbed him of his Emperor Aura. The destruction of New Yu in just 2 months was a ready-made example. In the spirit cave, where the natural energy was so abundant that energy crystals had begun to form, Wuxia sat cross-legged under the heaven-refining cauldron, his vast divine sense swirling around his divine soul like a nebula. Every particle of his divine soul was trembling, contacting and flowing with the laws of the heavenly Tao, searching for information about the Emperor Aura. The heavenly secrets were messed up by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, and later by the 18 saints. Now, the heavenly secrets were in a complete mess, and no one could figure out how it worked. Wuxia's divine sense fused with the chaotic torrent of the heavenly Tao, letting it flow freely with it. Occasionally, he could come into contact with some information about the Emperor Aura, which was immediately absorbed and stored by his divine soul. Bit by bit, the data was stored, and Wuxia separated the wheat from the chaff. Relying on the faint connection of his divine soul, he fused the information that pointed directly to the essence of the Emperor Aura and gradually restored its original appearance. At the same time, the enormous stream of Emperor Aura in Wuxia's body was being extracted by the primal purple energy bit by bit, gradually disintegrating and melting. Wuxia's divine sense fused with the disintegrated Emperor Aura, and from it, he began to comprehend the various strange powers contained in it. There seemed to be lightning flashing and thunder rumbling before his eyes. When Wuxia's divine soul was completely immersed in the Emperor Aura, and his divine sense was completely integrated with the heavenly Tao, countless illusions flashed before his eyes. On the primitive continent, there were countless giant beasts and demon birds, and human beings were as weak as insects, being hunted and killed by those beasts and ferocious birds at will. There were also powerful gods high up in the sky, who could summon the wind and summon the rain. From time to time, they would raise a terrible storm that could instantly destroy a human tribe, or spread a plague that could instantly wipe out dozens of human tribes. Newborn human beings were weak and incompetent, and they could only struggle to survive in that extremely dangerous environment. After dozens of generations, the most outstanding human beings finally activated the bloodline inherited from the great Saint Pangu and the other 100 spirits. Their intelligence and fleshly bodies were greatly improved, and they began the first evolution of the humankind. They had smart minds and strong bodies. Led by the first batch of evolved human beings, they built houses to shelter themselves from the wind and rain, lit bonfires to drive away wild beasts, roasted food to strengthen their bodies, and used herbs to dispel plagues and cure their people. There were also those powerful warriors who protected their people. They used crude wooden sticks and stones as weapons to kill powerful beasts and fierce birds, protecting the humankind through the most dangerous period of the human race's birth. Those outstanding people became the leaders of the tribes, and the growing tribes began to communicate with each other. As a result, the individual tribes formed strong alliances. At last, as the humankind developed and grew stronger, the small alliances merged with each other and eventually developed into the alliance of the entire humankind. A single human being was weak and incompetent, but when countless human beings gathered together, their power was strong enough to destroy the world. The wisest and strongest person was elected as the leader of the alliance, leading the entire humankind forward. In the newborn human society, any invention that was beneficial to mankind would be bestowed a great amount of virtue by the heavenly Tao. As for the early ancestors, they were pure and simple. They had an untainted and pure heart. They respected the leader who led them to the development of the alliance. This respect was hot and pure, the purest and most primitive power of faith. The power of faith of countless human beings gathered on the leader, fused with the virtue bestowed by the heavenly Tao, and combined with the great aura of tenacity and courage to fight against the heaven, the earth, the ghosts and deities, and all the living beings under the heaven and earth, it finally merged into the original aura of the human emperor. The original aura was acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, fused with the fortune of the heavenly Tao, and eventually evolved into the present aura. The aura was the faith of a human kingdom to its supreme leader and the faith of its billions of people. When the aura was lost, the people's hearts would collapse, and the fate of the kingdom would collapse, just like how Nuyu was completely destroyed by Yu in just 2 months. It was like a man's 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely disordered. How could he have a strength to resist the invasion of foreign enemies? Therefore, whether it was Jia or Zhou, before a kingdom was destroyed, the aura of despair would first rise from the human emperor. The aura of despair would replace the aura of the human emperor, causing chaos in the imperial court from top to bottom. As a result, the people had no way to live, and eventually, the kingdom was destroyed. Therefore, when a kingdom was destroyed, there must be a fatuous ruler. This was the effect of the disordered aura of the human emperor. Wuxia nodded to himself. Only the power of virtue, faith, and the fortune of the heavenly Tao could produce the aura of the human emperor. Moreover, this power of faith was different from the power of faith of Buddhism. The power of faith of Buddhism was used to refine one's body in Saraira, while the faith in the aura of the human emperor must be the faith of the people under his rule in the occupation of the emperor. In other words, even though Wuxia was loved and supported by many people in the EC, he had not established a kingdom of his own. So the power of faith, he could not be transformed into the aura of the human emperor. If he wanted to obtain the aura of the human emperor, he must first set up a banner and announce to the world that he had established a kingdom. The strongest effect of the aura of the human emperor was to protect the mind and the body. With the aura of the human emperor strong enough to protect the body from all evils and magic, even all kinds of knives, spears, swords, and halberds could not hurt those who had the aura of the human emperor. Take the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the Yin Emperor Shinnong, for example. Although they had immeasurable virtue, the aura of the human emperor in their bodies was also extraordinary. It had truly reached the level where they were immune to all magic and attacks from immortals and Buddhas. Even their fleshly bodies were protected by the boundless aura of the human emperor, which made them almost immortal. Their cultivation might not be very strong, but they were immortal just by standing there. If they really fought with them, even existences of the Tao integration stage would have a headache. Moreover, with the protection of the aura of the human emperor, even mighty figures of the Tao integration stage would not dare to hurt him easily. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao, which could kill them. Even mighty figures of the Tao integration stage would be reduced to ashes if they triggered the ultimate punishment of the heavenly Tao. The aura of the purple flood dragon gradually disintegrated under Wuxia's analysis. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. His divine sense was immersed in the vast world inside his body. From today on, I will establish a kingdom as the human emperor, and the name of the kingdom will be Yan Huang. All of you are my people. A mighty voice spread through the void inside his body. Countless descendants derived from the people that Wuxia had brought out of the mortal world all knelt on the ground in worship. A huge purple aura suddenly took shape inside Wuxia's body. Chapter 962. After comprehending the secret of the Emperor Aura, Wuxia had established a neutral kingdom in the world inside him. Since he rescued all the people of that planet from the mortal world, it had only been a few years in the outside world. But because Wuxia had repeatedly opened Dark Een Celestial Tower to help others cultivate, he had spent tens of thousands of years in it. With the reproductive ability of human beings, the people of that planet in his world had given birth to more than trillions of children and grandchildren over the past tens of thousands of years. A kingdom was founded with trillions of people, and Wuxia was the only god the people of that kingdom believed in. The power of faith of trillions of people gathered in an instant and merged with the enormous virtues stored in Wuxia's body, transforming into a huge purple flood dragon that flew and coiled inside him. The Emperor Aura quickly devoured the Emperor Aura Wuxia had plundered from the Emperor of Nuyu, and in the blink of an eye, the two merged into one. Wuxia felt full of energy as a strange power, which was completely different from his physical strength. Magic power and divine sense filled him. It gave Wuxia the illusion that he could overturn rivers and seas without using any divine abilities or mystic arts, and that he could hold the sun and the moon in his hands as toys. The Purple Dragon Emperor aura gradually rose into Wuxia's spiritual ocean and swirled around Wuxia's divine soul. As the Emperor aura and the aura of the divine soul communicated with each other, Wuxia's divine soul was gradually condensing and compressing. At Wuxia's realm, it was extremely difficult for him to improve his divine soul by even a little bit. But, nourished by the Emperor aura, the power of faith of billions of people was constantly purified and poured into his divine soul, causing it to soar at a rate that even Wuxia himself could feel. Wuxia even felt that he could exert an amazing combat prowess just by relying on the power of his divine soul's divine sense. Only then did he realize that there was a reason why those truly lofty emperors could subdue billions of people with just a wave of their hands. The mortal emperors in the mortal world could rely on their insignificant Renhuang Qi to have such power, let alone the benefits that Wuxia had obtained from plundering to use Renhuang Qi. Narrowing his eyes, Jihao released his divine sense forward. Without using any magic power or divine ability, the dense spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles in front of him suddenly collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, it was compressed into a sesame grain-sized, sparkling, and translucent spiritual energy crystal. Wuxia smiled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the spiritual qi crystal into his stomach, quickly digesting it and transforming it into his own primordial violet qi. After roughly measuring the power of his divine sense, he found that he could easily suppress an early-stage Dao-breaking expert, and he could silently injure others. Compared to close combat or killing with flying swords and magic treasures, he was countless times more stealthy. Laughing loudly, Wuxia's eyes emitted a cold light as he slowly stood up. As soon as he stood up, the courtiers and immortal priests in the nearby EC city, who were cultivating in the spirit cave, immediately noticed that Wuxia was very different from before. In the past, Wuxia was as ethereal as an immortal. But now, the aura around Wuxia was as vast and boundless as the ocean, as solid and steady as a mountain. And when he walked, he was like a dragon or a tiger. As soon as he moved, the crowd felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they dared not to look at Wuxia directly. Shocked, the crowd fell to their knees almost instinctively, and no one dared to raise their heads. Even the courtiers of the 6 states in the spirit cave did the same. They felt that the aura around Wuxia was thousands of times stronger than that of their emperors. How could they resist it? Wuxia's power fell like a mountain, and they had no choice but to kneel and worship him devoutly. In the face of the majestic Wuxia, everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Their minds were blank, as if all their thoughts were under Wuxia's control, and no one dared to have any thoughts before he spoke. After briefly testing the suppressive effect of the Emperor aura on the people around him, Wuxia nodded with satisfaction. It was only the Emperor aura condensed by the billions of people in his body, and yet it had such an effect. When the time came and the entire EC was merged with Yanhuang, Wuxia would receive more than 100 times the power of faith from the people. At that time, all he had to do was to find a way to get some more virtues. At the thought of the power of virtues, Wuxia's body suddenly froze. According to the information sent back by the secret agents, outer heavenly realms were constantly returning to Panga continent and merging with it. And whenever an outer heavenly realm was reunited with Panga continent, there would be an immeasurable amount of virtues sent down by the heavenly Tao, which would be absorbed by the heavenly lords using special containers. Could it be that the Celestial Court and Buddhist League had the same idea as Wuxia? If they wanted to surpass the Yu in terms of Emperor aura, they would have to use a huge amount of virtues to fuse with the faith of the people to produce an enormous amount of Emperor aura. After all, Du had established his kingdom on Pangda continent for countless years, and he had accumulated an enormous amount of emperor aura. Even though the Celestial Court and Buddhist League had split it up, the remaining half of the emperor aura was still not something ordinary people could compare with. Even if Zhang Tingyun could unify all the mortal kingdoms in outer heavenly realms, he would not be able to gain the allegiance of all the people in a short time, and he would not be able to accumulate enough emperor aura to fight against you. Therefore, he could only use other means to help Zhang Tingyun accumulate emperor aura. At the thought of this, Wuxia could not help but smile. How could there be such an easy thing? You want Zhang Tingyun to become the human emperor smoothly, but Wuxia can't let you do that. After pondering for a brief moment, Wuxia left the spirit cave in a haste. He left behind a few words, telling everyone in the spirit cave to work hard in their cultivation and improve their cultivation base as soon as possible. Wuxia did not know that just because of his words, the people in the spirit cave had started to cultivate with all their might, as if they had gone mad. They did not hesitate to take the risk of suffering from cultivation deviation, and did not hesitate to consume their own blood essence in order to improve themselves. In just a few months in the outside world, tens of thousands of years had passed in the spirit cave. The cultivation bases of the civil and military officials, immortals, and itinerant cultivators of the EC had improved a lot, and their progress had shocked even Wuxia. Putting aside how hard these people were cultivating, Wuxia left the spirit cave in a hurry and summoned a blood-draining celestial fiend to disguise as himself to guard the East Sea, while his true self transformed into a gust of wind and flew toward the northern frontier of the Yu. Far away in the northern frontier of the Yu, several armies of the Ling dynasty were sweeping across mortal kingdoms from outer heavenly realms, killing their emperors and plundering their emperor aura. With his current cultivation base, without attracting any attention, it only took him a few days to come to the place where the flames of war were raging in the northern region. Outside a large city, Wuxia saw an army of the Ling dynasty launching a fierce attack on the city. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers besieged the city, and there were only tens of thousands of soldiers defending the city. They were barely fighting against the army of the Ling dynasty with the help of the city's defensive barriers and formation maps. This was the capital city of a small kingdom called Han Kingdom. The kingdom was not strong, but its monarch seemed to be very kind to its people. Therefore, although most of its territory had fallen and the city was surrounded by more than 10 times the number of soldiers, the soldiers in the city were still fighting the powerful enemy with their lives. And the monarch of Han Kingdom, who was guarding the city, had the emperor aura in his body was not strong, but it was extremely condensed and lively, just like a living dragon. Nodding to himself, Wuxia exercised an escape art and quietly slipped into the city, transforming into a gust of wind and blowing past the monarch of the Han Kingdom. Without alerting anyone, Wuxia stole the emperor aura in his body and integrated it into his own. Then he left easily. No one knew that he had gained something. A few days later, the capital city of Han Kingdom was breached. The general of the Ling dynasty triumphantly sent the monarch of Han Kingdom back to the city of Wanling of the Ling dynasty. Zhang Tingyun killed the monarch of Han Kingdom with one punch amidst the congratulations of many courtiers. But he was shocked to find that there was not a trace of emperor aura in his body. He was simply a big, empty dumpling with no internal substance at all. Zhang Tingyun was stunned, Liu Bang was stunned, Liu Buwei was stunned, and all the courtiers of the Ling dynasty were speechless for a long time. After a long pause, Zhang Tingyun said in a self-deprecating manner, "I think the monarch of Han Kingdom is a fatuous monarch. His people are disloyal to him, so the emperor aura in his body is in a mess." All the courtiers of the Ling dynasty agreed with Zhang Tingyun, but they all had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Even if the people were disloyal and the emperor aura was in a mess, there should not be no trace of emperor aura left, right? After stealing the emperor aura from the monarch of Han Kingdom, Wuxia swept across the northern region of the Yu. Along the way, None of the emperors of the mortal kingdoms in outer heavenly realms escaped from his hands. These mortal kingdoms only occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles on Panga continent, and Wuxia could travel through tens of thousands of such small kingdoms in a day and a night. Like a bee in the blossoming season, he had worked hard to extract all the emperor aura from these emperors' bodies, leaving an empty body waiting for the generals of Ling dynasty to take over. After months of hard work, Wuxia finally stole all the emperor aura from the emperors of all the mortal kingdoms in the northern region. After that, he immediately rushed to the southern region of Diyu. After several months of hard work, he had extracted the emperor aura from all the mortal kingdoms in the southern region of Diyu, as long as they were near the direction of the Ling dynasty. He left quite a few mortal kingdoms in the direction of Great Wu. After that, Wuxia continued his journey to the western region of Diyu. But in the western region, he found some signs that something was not right. After hesitating for a long time, he simply exercised a mystic art and soared into the sky, stealing the emperor aura of all the emperors of the human race in outer heavenly realms that were heading towards Panga continent, but were still some distance away and had not had time to reintegrate with Panga continent. There were more than 10 million outer heavenly realms heading towards Panga continent. Even with all his might, it took Wuxia several years to travel through all these heavenly realms and extract all the emperor aura from them. Over the years, the Ling dynasty had wiped out thousands of mortal kingdoms, and every day, one or several mortal kingdoms were wiped out by the armies of the Ling dynasty. But to Zhang Tingyun's disappointment, he found that the emperor aura in the emperors of the destroyed mortal kingdoms was so thin that even if he absorbed all the emperor aura in them, it would not be of any help to him. It was as if Zhang Tingyun had sent an army to slay a dragon, but the prey he brought back was a little loach. The contrast was so great that he cannot bear it. But he did not know that if it had not been for the passing of so many years, and if these emperors had not accumulated a little emperor aura in their bodies, he would not even be able to get the little loach. When Wuxia returned to the East Sea from outer heavenly realms, Zhang Tingyun and Liu Bang finally could not hold back their doubts and told the celestial court about the strange incident. Shocked and furious, the celestial court immediately sent a capable celestial lord to investigate the matter. Chapter 963. In a meeting hall of the Ling dynasty, an executioner clad in a red outfit beheaded the emperor of a small kingdom. Yi, who was secretly sent to the Ling dynasty by the celestial court and also served the Big Dipper emperor of the celestial court, frowned and drew out a 3 feet long, thumb-thin, purple stream of emperor's aura from the emperor's body. The emperor's aura was extremely loose and could not take the shape of a dragon at all. It was coiling around Yi's fingertip like a mudfish. This was not the emperor's aura that should belong to an emperor who controlled tens of thousands of miles of land and ruled hundreds of millions of people. Perhaps, in the ancient times, the power of faith gathered by the leaders of human clans, which had no more than hundreds of thousands of people, was 10 times stronger than this emperor's aura. Grinning, Celestial Lord Yi crushed the sovereign aura with one hand. With a dark face, Zhang Tingyun sat on the throne and said in a deep voice, "Look, Celestial Lord, in the past 3 years, countless kingdoms of the Ling dynasty have been destroyed and all their emperors have become prisoners. But the strongest emperor's aura I've obtained from them is no more than this. 3 years ago, some of them even had no emperor's aura in their bodies and were simply empty shells. Celestial Lord Yi, this is not good for the great plan of the Celestial Court. Please find out the truth as soon as possible," said Liu Bang with a dark voice. Celestial Lord Yi circled around the dozen emperors who were kneeling in the great hall, shivering in fear. With a wave of his sleeve, a dozen heads flew up, and their bloody souls were sucked away by a strange power in the void. Then he raised his hand, and a dozen streams of emperor power flew out. Sure enough, they were as weak as mudfish. Weighing the emperor's aura in his hand, Yi narrowed his eyes and cast a spell with a mystic magic. Immediately, the Emperor's aura in his hand drifted away, turning into fluorescent light spots and hovering around his palm. These Emperor's auras were newly born in the past 3 years, which is why they are so weak. Frowning, Celestial Lord Ichi explained to Zhang Tingyun and Liu Bang what was wrong with the Emperor aura. Logically speaking, the royal aura of a country should be passed down from generation to generation. The previous monarch would pass it on to the next monarch, and from generation to generation. As the population and territory expanded, the royal aura would only accumulate and gradually grow stronger. The sovereign qi in the bodies of these monarchs had clearly been sucked dry by someone 3 years ago. The sovereign qi in their bodies had only been regenerated in the past 3 years, which was why they were so weak. Zhang Tingyun was so angry that his whole body trembled. He shouted sternly, "Who dares to oppose me?" Celestial Lord Ichi sneered with a gloomy face. "I'm afraid they are not going against you, your majesty, but against the celestial court." Standing next to Zhang Tingyun, Lu Buwei said in a cold voice, "Some almighty expert must have sucked away the emperor's aura of these monarchs, so that his majesty could not gather enough emperor's aura to fight against you, thus interfering with his majesty's plan to ascend to the throne of the human emperor. Those courtiers of the Yu could not have done such a thing. Their brains would not have reacted so quickly." Liu Bang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, those civil and military officials of Great Yu are only good at killing to their heart's content. They can't do such insidious things like pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron. Hee, who else but us, the celestial court, knows the importance of the emperor's aura? If His Majesty's Emperor's aura cannot suppress the Emperor's aura of the Yu's Emperor Haozun, then the Ling dynasty will certainly suffer a loss in the war against the Yu." The people in the Great Hall exchanged glances, then turned to the west at the same time. Lu Buwei, who already held great power in the Ling dynasty and was in charge of financial affairs and intelligence work, said in a cold voice, "A few days ago, I received a report that a kingdom called Tranquility has suddenly emerged in the western region of the Yu. It is a very powerful kingdom, and it has wiped out tens of thousands of kingdoms in the western region. It has gathered an army and is fighting the Yu Xiong army, which is under the command of Gao, King Wei Shan. It is said that Yu Xiong army has suffered a few losses." Celestial Lord Ichi's face turned extremely unsightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked around the many corpses in the Great Hall, then said with a cold grin, "The Shizo dynasty. In the plans of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League, there is no such kingdom. All the kingdoms in outer heavenly realms have been thoroughly investigated before they came to Panga continent. I remember that the name Shizo dynasty is not in the official documents sent to the 6 great celestial emperors." Zhang Tingyun said with a gloomy face, "In that case, someone has deceived the 6 great celestial emperors. Who has the means to do so?" Looking at the corpses on the ground, Liu Bang said, "Not only does someone have the means to deceive the 6 great celestial emperors, but they can also extract the emperor aura from these emperors in advance, so that His Majesty cannot fuse with their emperor aura and enhance the fortune of Ling dynasty. It seems that such a dirty trick can only be..." Everyone looked up at the same time at the far west of the sky, where Mount Gridrakata was located. Celestial Lord Ichi's face had turned as pale as a dead man's. "That seems to be the case," he said coolly. "It is understandable that the man who has conferred the title of God on behalf of the heaven and the future human emperor is such an important position. I suppose they have also pushed out their agents to compete for these 2 positions. What a cunning and scheming man." After pondering for a moment, Celestial Lord Ichi looked at Zhang Tingyun with a frown and said, "In that case, His Majesty is not safe either." Zhang Tingyun flew into a rage. He slapped the armrest of his throne and bellowed, "Don't tell me they dare to kill me." Celestial Lord Ichi said in a deep voice, "They dare not. But so what if they steal the Emperor aura from His Majesty? May I ask your Majesty, how much of the power of this supreme treasure of primordial can you unleash? If you can unleash more than 30% of its power, there will be very few people in the universe who can hurt His Majesty. If you can't unleash more than 30% of its power, I'm afraid there will be no less than 800 people under their command who can quietly take away His Majesty's Emperor aura. Celestial Lord Ichi said bluntly to Zhang Tengyun. Without the Emperor aura that you have painstakingly accumulated through tens of thousands of reincarnations, what use is His Majesty to the Celestial Court? Zhang Tengyun's face turned pale. He shuddered uncontrollably, as if he had thought of something terrible. He stared at Celestial Lord Ichi and said with a wry smile, "Please tell me, Celestial Lord, how can I avoid this disaster? If I am successful in the future, Tung Yun will remember this favor." Celestial Lord Ichi smiled with satisfaction, then nodded and said, "Good. His Majesty holds the natal star spirit tablet of the great heavenly cycle, which allows him to mobilize the natal star force of 84,000 celestial lords in the great heavenly cycle. He does not use it to hurt the enemy, but only fuses his divine soul with the Renwang Qi. With the protection of the natal star power of 84,000 celestial lords, who could do anything to His Majesty, unless those patriarchs personally attack." Zhang Tingyun slapped his forehead as if he was suddenly enlightened. He smiled and said, "I've been muddle-headed. Well, I'll protect myself first, and then I'll make other plans. Hee, since they have taken away the Emperor aura of these emperors in advance, it makes things easier for us. When we break into the capital of the Shizo dynasty and kill the emperor of the Shizo dynasty, his Emperor aura will belong to me. Isn't that great?" In the EC city, Wuxia had worked hard for more than 3 years to steal all the Emperor aura of the emperors of those small human kingdoms in the universe. The Emperor aura of countless emperors had gathered in Wuxia, and his Emperor aura was already about 70% of the Emperor aura of Diyu at its peak. Emperor Haozuan had just led an army to slaughter New Yu and reunite Diyu, but the Emperor aura in the Emperor's body had been stolen by Wuxia. Emperor Haozuan's Emperor aura was only half of what it was at its peak, and it would take him a long time to win over the hearts of the people in order to regain its former glory. Therefore, Wuxia was now the man with the strongest Emperor aura in the universe. When he returned to the East Sea City, the morale of the soldiers in the East Sea City had risen significantly for no reason. Even the yield of crops and the number of babies born in the East Sea City had increased significantly in the next few months. On top of that, almost all the newborns were suitable to practice the body-tempering technique of the human race, and on average, 1 in 1,000 was suitable to practice the art of sacrificial magic. As the saying goes, a great man and a great place prosper. The enormous Emperor aura that Wuxia had gathered had indeed brought such a mysterious change to the East Sea. After not seeing each other for years, Wuxia did not explain what he had done. Instead, he immediately pulled Princess Zhongli's arm and made love to her. They spent all day together, and for the time being, they were not in the mood to pay attention to the war between the East Sea and the Ling dynasty. Over the past 3 years, the East Sea and the Ling dynasty had their share of victories and defeats, and no one could occupy an absolute advantage. Today, I took a few cities from you, and tomorrow, you took back a few more. It was nothing more than a stalemate. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of thousands of soldiers on both sides had died in the war, and that was the only loss. But as both sides occupied vast territories and had countless people, the loss of hundreds of thousands of soldiers was not even a drop in the bucket, so no one took it seriously. Lying on a small island by the East Sea, in a pavilion specially built for Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu, Wuxia leaned against Princess Zhonglu, while Princess Zhonglu fed Wuxia all kinds of fresh wild food lazily. The moon was shining high in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. The sea breeze rolled up the waves and lapped on the small island, and the sound of the waves was lulling. Having just spent a long time with Princess Zhonglu, Wuxia also yawned lazily, and then the stars in the sky dimmed. Wuxia was startled, and he walked out of the pavilion with Princess Zhonglu to look up at the sky. The light of the stars in the sky quickly disappeared, and with their powerful divine senses, they could feel that the 84,000 immemorial stars in the sky were brewing a terrifying force. Not long after, 84,000 extremely fine silver lights shot down from the sky, falling toward the capital of the Ling dynasty in the distance. While Wuxia did not know what was happening in the Ling dynasty, the soul locking seal on his back, which was sealed by Giga Z with the celestial star armor, suddenly activated, and a sharp pain went straight to his brain. Wuxia let out a muffled groan, and his vision went black. For the past few years, Wuxia had been running around to steal the Emperor Qi, but he did not neglect the deadly soul-locking seal on his back. After a few years of painstaking work, he had worn off 90% of the soul-locking seal. Just as he was about to exhaust all of them, the star force suddenly gathered in the city of myriad spirits, and none of it fell on him. Therefore, the heavenly star escape art crumbled with a boom, and the soul-locking seal was unleashed with full force. Not only the pain, but the worst thing was that the ripple of the soul-locking seal had spread out. Wuxia had no idea where the fiend was just now, but as soon as the seal moved, she suddenly appeared before him. Yo, I've been looking for you for years, but I finally found you. The devil grinned and laughed shrilly at Wuxia. Wuxia paused for a second, then quickly sent a message to Princess Zhang Lu with his divine sense, then turned around, transformed into a streak of light, and fled. The devil giggled shrilly. Without even taking a glance at Princess Zhang Lu, she mustered up her strength and chased after Wuxia. Chapter 964. A long beam of light swept across the sky above the capital of the Ling dynasty, bringing with it a terrible gust of wind. When Wuxia flew across the city, no one in the city realized what had happened. 7 of the supreme towers stationed in the sky above the city were shattered by Wuxia. Countless broken bricks and tiles poured down from the sky, causing the houses in the city to collapse, and the dead and wounded were everywhere. Zhang Tingyun, who was silently circulating his cultivation technique to draw the power of the stars to stabilize his emperor aura and divine soul, could not move at all. Meanwhile, Celestial Lord Ichi soared into the sky furiously and snapped, "Who dares to come here and make trouble?" Before his voice could fade away, the fiend had already flown past Celestial Lord Ichi like a ghost, casually slapping his forehead with a claw and smashing his head like a rotten watermelon. Only then did the civil officials, generals, oracles, and immortals of the Ling dynasty react. They leaped into the sky and rushed towards the fiend. But a seductive moan rang out, and suddenly, over 1,000 balls of flame burst into flames high up in the sky. The fiend's power was boundless. With just a soft moan, the hearts of over 1,000 high-ranking officials of the Ling dynasty were set ablaze. The invisible flame rushed into their heads from the top of their heads and burned all the way to their Yongquan acupoints. Their fleshly bodies and magic power were set ablaze at the same time, emitting different colored flames that burned happily in the sky. Before long, the 1,000 balls of flame fell heavily to the ground and exploded like meteors. The fire splashed tens of miles away, burning all the beautiful and luxurious palaces and pavilions nearby, and burning all the soldiers of the Ling dynasty who had heard the news into ashes. With just a soft moan, the Ling dynasty had lost over 1,000 top-notch experts, and nearly 100,000 ordinary soldiers had suffered the disaster. Giggling, the fiend cried out in a low voice, "How dare you attack me? I'll remember you." Snorting coldly, the fiend turned into a cloud of smoke and chased after Wuxia, who had already fled far away. As she chased after Wuxia, she laughed and said in a low voice, "Why are you running? No matter where you run, I'll chase after you. You'll have to die. No one who has been targeted by the ancestor has ever escaped. Where can you run to?" Without looking back, Wuxia rushed forward. He purposely flew past those big cities and military towns of the Ling dynasty. Every time he flew past them, he would fly right above their city walls. Just as Wuxia had expected, The soldiers of the Ling dynasty were very elite. When Wuxia flew past them, they hurriedly flew up into the sky to stop Wuxia. However, they always bumped into the Demon Lord behind him. The Demon Lord was almost at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. She could kill anyone who dared to stand in her way with a single claw. Along the way, Wuxia had passed tens of thousands of cities and military towns of the Ling dynasty. Tens of millions of soldiers and commanders had been killed by the angry Demon Lord. Wuxia had kept his promise with Xianxia. He did not kill those soldiers of the Ling dynasty, but the people killed by the Demon Lord could not be blamed on Wuxia. In order to give the Ling dynasty the most painful blow, Wuxia flew eastward at a high speed. When he was out of the Ling dynasty's territory, he flashed across the void and came directly behind the Demon Lord, then turned around and flew westward. He found another route and circled the Ling dynasty's territory as fast as he could. The Demon Lord wanted to kill Wuxia to vent her anger. She did not realize that she had been used as a butcher's knife by Wuxia. She followed closely behind Wuxia, her eyes shining brightly. A strange ripping sound rang out as Wuxia flew over the city of Wanling again. This time, dozens of supreme oracles struck at the same time, unleashing a very powerful magic to attack Wuxia. But Wuxia was flying too fast. The magic barely brushed past Wuxia's body and did not touch him. Instead, the Demon Lord was hit by the magic and was slapped away by a huge statue of a ghost god, thousands of miles tall and shrouded in ghost fire. With dozens of supreme oracles joining hands, the power of this spell was terrifying. Although the Demon Lord's cultivation base and magic power were at the level of the peak level of the Tao-breaking realm, her body was not very strong, especially when she was single-minded in chasing after Wuxia. How could she have thought that such a melodramatic thing would happen? The devil god's palm slapped on her, nearly blowing her fair and beautiful body to pieces. The pain-made fiend flames burst out of her 7 orifices, and drops of purple blood flew out of her mouth. Flustered and exasperated, the Demon Lord locked onto Wuxia with a thread of divine will. Then, she threw her head back and let out a shrill howl into the sky as she thrust both hands down. After a series of explosions, tens of thousands of defensive mechanisms in the city were destroyed by the Demon Lord. The entire city collapsed, and the whole mountain was forcibly pushed 30,000 miles into the ground. Underground fire boiled, and lava and poisonous fire shot up into the sky, burning countless officials and people of the Ling dynasty in the city. The almighty experts of the Ling dynasty were so frightened that they hurriedly put out the fire and tried their best to save the people in the city. The Demon Lord screamed shrilly, and the colorful fiend energy around her transformed into a 9-headed, 18-armed, gigantic devil god, who plunged down from the sky and crushed the 1,000-mile-tall devil god unleashed by dozens of supreme oracles. The devil god waved her 18 arms at the same time, and the 30-odd supreme oracles of the Ling dynasty in the sky howled miserably as they were smashed like eggs. Laughing coldly, the Demon Lord glared at the city of Wanling, which had been pushed deep into the ground. Based on her nature, she should have rushed down and killed all the living beings in the city. But a great sense of danger lingered around her. After a moment of hesitation, she gave up attacking the city and continued to chase after Wuxia. She did not have that sense of danger when she was chasing after Wuxia, but she always felt that once she attacked the city of Wanling, it would be the time of her death. The premonition, which pointed directly at the origin of her divine soul, made her very uneasy. As the saying goes, pick the weakest persimmon to pinch. Almost instinctively, she continued to chase after Wuxia. But at that moment, Wuxia had taken another big circle, laughing all the way to the east. The Demon Lord was so angry that her eyes turned green. Her Dharma body split apart and dissipated into a 5-colored mist. Her flying speed was at least 10 times faster than before, and with a few flashes, she had come behind Wuxia. She sneered, then reached out a fair little hand from a mist, pressing it towards Wuxia's back, and said, "Die, Taoist! Your blood essence is very pure, and I like it very much." The palm pressed down, but the demon lord missed. Just as the demon lord's body turned into a five-colored mist, Wuqi's body suddenly disintegrated into a mass of green light that shot forward like a drizzle. Wuqi's flying speed had also increased by more than 10 times, and in the blink of an eye, he had widened the distance between him and the demon lord. After a moment of shock, the demon lord gave a furious roar. Her body stretched out into a very fine beam of five-colored light, shooting across the void and chasing after Wuqi. While chasing and fleeing, Wuqi quickly crossed the primitive landmass that was rapidly forming in the east of Panga Continent, crossed the boundary between the front and the back of Panga Continent, and headed in the direction of the origin tree of fire. The demon lord had no idea what Wuqi was doing on the back of Panga Continent, nor did she know what terrible existences were hiding on the back of Panga Continent. She was still chasing after Wuqi like a fool. After fleeing for a long time on the back of Panga Continent, a raging flame rose into the sky in front of them, and an unusually tall crimson divine tree could be vaguely seen. Wuqi's body swayed as an illusion shot forward, while Wuqi himself cried out, "Great horns! Help me deal with this damned little girl behind me." Great Horn's wild laughter rang out like a thunderclap, shaking Wuqi's ears and making him feel a sharp pain. A beam of flame came shooting over as Great Horns happily punched the head of Wuqi's illusion, shattering it to pieces. Great Horns was taken aback, but Wuqi had already flashed to his side, cupped his fist at him, and said with a smile, "I've won this time. Don't give me another punch later." Great Horns blinked desperately. He still could not figure out how he, a Dao fusing expert, could be dazzled by the illusion conjured by Wuqi, who was just a Dao breaking expert. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out what was going on. He threw his head back and roared angrily, venting all his anger on the demon lord who was chasing after Wuqi. The demon lord was clever. As soon as Great Horn's laughter rang out, she turned and fled like a cat who had seen a tiger, running for her life as fast as she could. She sensed a terrible aura from Great Horns that was enough to wipe her out completely. It was the aura of the supreme existence of this world. In the face of a Dao fusing expert, experts of Dao breaking, Dao reasoning, and other realms were just targets that could be easily killed. But there was no way she could escape. A fiery light flashed around Great Horns, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing in front of the demon lord and slapping her in the face. "That old monster wants Lao Tzu to help him get rid of you, and you still dare to run? Why don't you try running again? Lao Tzu will break your legs." Wuqi could not measure the strength of Great Horn's slap. In any case, Wuqi himself had not reached the Dao fusing realm, so he could not know some of the mysteries of the realm. But the effect of the slap was visible to the naked eye. The demon lord, who had transformed into a multicolored haze, was slapped back into her human form, and half of her face was nearly blown away. Her eyes rolled up as she spun tens of thousands of times in midair, then fell in front of Wuqi in a very sorry state. The demon lord was very fierce. Even after being slapped by Great Horns, she let out a furious roar as if she had gone mad. Shrouded in colorful light, the beautiful demon god with 9 heads and 18 arms, who stood tens of thousands of miles tall, plunged straight down from the sky. She was adorned with pearls and inlaid with countless beautiful jade and jewels. Her whole body was glinting with an intoxicating light. The gigantic statue of celestial fiend fell to the ground with a groan, and when Wuqi heard the groan, he could not help but feel his body go weak. But Great Horns was an insensitive man. With a flash of flame, Great Horns rushed in front of the demon god and kicked her in the lower abdomen, sending her flying up into the air and smashing her head on the divine tree of fire. Squatting on the branch, the lion man could not hold back any longer. Howling and waving his shield and sword, he swooped down from the sky and began to smash and slash at the demon god like a madman. The divine tree sprayed out a great sheet of flame and wrapped around the falling demon god, preventing it from falling any further. Great horns rushed to the side of the fiend, who was desperately fighting against the lion's storm-like attacks, and scolded him in a low voice. Then, he held the fiend's head with one hand and smashed him with the other like a pile driver. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of punches were thrown at her in every second, and the frequency of the blows made Wuxi's heart skip a beat. He did not have such a speed with his current strength. The demon god howled miserably, and 5-colored clouds kept bursting out of her body. That was her natal energy essence being constantly scattered. Hypocritically, Wuxia came to Great Horn's side and said to the demon god with a smile, "Listen to me, and you won't have to be beaten." With great difficulty, the demon god turned her eyes to look at Wuxia, then suddenly burst into tears. Wuxia was stunned, and Great Horns was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his punches and took dozens of steps back with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 965. Lao Tzu has never hit a woman in his life. TSK, this has nothing to do with me. Great Horns waved his hand desperately, trying to dissociate himself from the crying she-fiend. Wuxia could not help but roll his eyes. How could a mighty Tao fusing expert lie with his eyes open? I don't think you have such a bad character, do you? The Lion Man, who had been hacking at the she-fiend with his sword and smashing her with his heavy shield, had long since put away his sword and shield. Instead, he was lying on the tree root and snoring as if everything had nothing to do with him. When Great Horn saw his disciple's behavior, he simply walked to the edge of the lava and jumped into the boundless ocean, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What a naughty pair of master and disciple. Looking at the she-fiend lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, Wuxia touched his nose, feeling a headache coming on. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia walked up to her and said in a deep voice, "Treat your wounds first. We'll talk later." The she-fiend's eyes were wide open, filled with misty illusions, and she kicked her legs wildly. She screamed, "Just let me die. When have I, your ancestor, ever suffered like this? Who in the chaotic world dares to provoke me? Why am I being bullied and abused like this when I come here?" Gritting her teeth, she glared at Wuxia. Suddenly, her straight, snow-white leg sprang up and gave Wuxia a hard kick in the groin. "What's going on here?" she snapped. "That horn guy, why does his every move carry the power of the heavenly Tao?" Wuxia let the she-fiend's leg hit his groin. A loud boom rang out, and the she-fiend howled miserably as her calf was broken into 4 or 5 pieces by Wuxia's counterforce. Her leg bones were deformed, and large purple bruises immediately appeared under her fair skin. The she-devil stared at Wuxia as if she had seen a ghost. She subconsciously used her hands to push herself back a few steps. The little she-fiend's devil cultivation technique was extremely powerful, and her magic power and cultivation base were extremely high. She had reached the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. However, she was new to Pangu world, and it seemed that she hadn't figured out the difference between the Tao-breaking stage and the Tao-fusing stage. As for Bodhisattva Kitagarbha and the other bodhisattvas and arhats of the Netherworld branch of the Buddhist League, they seemed to have intentionally not told her that there was a level in Pangu world called the Tao-fusing realm. Given her peak Tao-breaking cultivation base, the chaos fiend gods of the chaotic world who were born at the same time as Wuxia were far inferior to her. Wuxia remembered that when Yuan Ling was just born from Yuan Ling's nether realm in his previous life, his cultivation base was not even at the level of 9th tier of primordial immortal. It was only after a very long period of struggling in the chaotic world that he finally attained the overall strength of Tao-breaking realm. Therefore, the little she-fiend was telling the truth when she said that no one in the chaotic world dared to provoke her with her peak-level Tao-breaking cultivation base. Powerful creatures were born in the chaotic world all the time, but very few of them could reach the realm of primordial as soon as they were born, let alone a freak who could reach the realm of Tao-breaking. In the chaotic world, a peak-level Tao-breaking expert could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not run into those old monsters who had lived for a long time. But in Panga World, a Dao fusing expert who had fused with the heavenly Dao could mobilize the power of the entire world to attack the enemy. The little she-fiend was just an outsider, and she was already suppressed by the heavenly Dao of Panga World. So, when she faced Great Horns, who was a Dao fusing expert, she was beaten badly and had no power to fight back. Just now, she was trying to sneak attack Wuxia, but she had neglected the fact that she was practicing divine abilities and mystic arts. Although her devil cultivation base was amazing, her fleshly body was hard to explain. The weakest part of Wuqi's body was tens of thousands of times stronger than the hardest bone in her body. It was like using a diamond drill to hit tofu. Naturally, the tofu would be smashed into pieces. Wuqi tilted his head and looked at the little she-devil. She also widened her misty eyes and stared at Wuqi. After being beaten by Great Horns and his master, the little she-fiend was severely wounded. Now, she only had less than 10% of her peak overall strength, which was at most equal to Wuqi's current magic power. Since this was Great Horns' lair, the place was filled with his terrible aura, so the she-fiend dared not to move recklessly. Meanwhile, Wuqi was thinking about how to deal with this fiend who had a formidable cultivation base, but was extremely fierce and vengeful. After pondering for a long time, Wuqi took a step forward and leaned forward to ask, "How many years has it been since you were born from primal chaos?" Blinking her eyes, the little she-fiend moved her fingers and calculated for a while, then said in a mumbling voice, "Eaning tide has been thrice." As soon as she said that, the lion man's tail stood erect with fear, and Great Horns, who had plunged into the sea of lava, poked half of his body out of it. Both of them stared at the little she-fiend as if they were looking at a ghost. The so-called Eaning Tide was the name given by the living beings born in the primal chaos to a unique energy tide in the chaotic world. No one knew where it came from or where it went. In short, it would blow across the whole chaotic world once every period. The tide of Bind contained an extremely powerful force of biological breeding. For a long time, some living beings in chaos believed that the tide of Bind was the origin of life in the entire chaos world. It was the Bind that catalyzed all kinds of magical creatures in chaos and gave birth to incomparably powerful chaos fiend gods. There was no sun in the chaotic world, and there was no distinction between time and space. Therefore, the living beings in the chaotic world all used the Eaning Tide as the unit of time. The little she-fiend had only gone through 3 Eaning Tides since she was born, which meant that her age was only 3 periods and a little over 300,000 years. In just 3 periods, she had attained the peak level, Tao-breaking cultivation base and magic power in such a short period of time. The innate talent of this little she-fiend was simply sensational. Great Horns and the Lion Man were so frightened that their hair stood on end. What is a genius? She is a genius. Like Yuan Ling in Wu Qi's previous life, Great Horns was born with the cultivation base of a peak-level gold immortal. He struggled to survive in the chaotic world for countless years, and went through at least hundreds of millions of Eaning Tides, from which he absorbed endless biological energy. That was how he got his mighty cultivation base in the future. In the end, it was Great Saint Pangu who created the world and created the Panga world with his mighty power, which allowed Great Horns and the other 30-odd chaotic fiend gods to fuse their divine souls with the heavenly Tao and reach the immortal realm of Tao fusing. If this little she-fiend could reach the peak-level Tao-breaking realm in just 3 periods, how strong would she become in the future? Great Horn smacked his lips and tilted his head to look at her. After a long while, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Old monster, keep a close eye on this little girl. We can't let her fall into those people's hands, even if we have to destroy her. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble." After pondering for a moment, Wu Qi walked up to the she-fiend and put his hands on her shoulders. The little she-fiend shuddered, and almost instinctively, she raised her leg and was about to kick his groin. But then, She thought of the cruel treatment her other leg had just received. She shuddered and hastily pulled back her leg. Beams of bright light rushed out of Wuxi's palm, nourishing the little she-fiend's body and gradually healing her injuries. It was a wisp of innate life force Wuxi had extracted from countless innate divine trees in Yuan Ling's nether realm, which had a very strong nourishing and life force recovery effect for any living creature. Her injuries seemed serious, but they were all external wounds. With Wuxi's help, she had fully recovered in just 4 hours. After releasing her, Wuxi pointed at his back and asked, "Can you help me remove the soul-locking seal now?" She twitched her mouth and sneered, "I never let go of anyone I want to kill." Before her voice had died away, Wuxi kicked her in the face with his big foot. Terrible physical strength exploded out and stretched her neck by almost 3 inches. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, Wuxi kept punching and kicking her, covering her with cuts and bruises that were several times more serious than what Great Horns had done to her just now. With both hands clutching her neck, Wuxi said ferociously, "What about now? Will the soul-locking seal still work after I kill you?" An unstoppable killing intent gushed out of Wuxi's body. He really wanted to kill this little she-fiend. If it couldn't be subdued, then it was fine to kill it. There were all kinds of creatures in the chaos, and among them, there were countless strange and perverse characters. They were terrifying existences that instinctively killed and devoured. This was especially true for creatures like demons from the outer realms. You could only use violence and terror to frighten them. Warmth and kindness were a joke in front of them. The little she-fiend tilted her head and stared at Wuxi as she said seriously, "I'll die with you." As soon as she said that, Wuxi twisted her neck and sent the Yuan Ling true flame into her 7 orifices, wrapping up the core of her divine soul with a scorching flame that could destroy everything. "If that's the case, I'll have to destroy you," Wuxi said in a deep voice. "I have nothing to say to fiends from outer domains like you. Those tyrannical living beings in the primal chaos, even if they had a one-track mind, could negotiate with them. Only some supreme-grade fiends from outer domains were fearless of death, and they did not even have the concept of life and death. The only meaning of their existence was to devour and destroy everything. There was really nothing to say when dealing with fiends from outer domains like them." The little she-fiend shuddered all over. She bared her teeth and wanted to say a few harsh words, but Wuxi gave her a series of slaps that made her lose her sense of direction. The Yuan Ling true flame wrapped up the core of her divine soul and slowly began to burn and melt the foundation of her existence. She did not take it seriously at first, but when she found that the Yuan Ling true flame had burned the core of her divine soul to the point that it was about to melt and collapse, she finally let out a hoarse cry. "Spare me. I'll listen to you," she cried out hoarsely. "According to the law of the Fiend League, the stronger one wins. You are stronger than me, so I'll listen to you." Great Horn stroked his chin and said to Wuxi, "I don't think this girl's words are reliable, are they?" Grinning coldly, Wuxi pulled out the she-fiend's divine soul core and constructed an extremely complicated formation in it with the Yuan Ling true flame. After working for 7 days and 7 nights, the formation was finally completed. Wuxi shoved the divine soul core back into the she-fiend's spiritual ocean, then grabbed her and fled into the distance. As he fled, he smiled at Great Horns and said, "Thank you for your help this time, Great Horns. I'll bring you some good wine next time." Great Horns smacked his lips and murmured in a low voice, "This little girl is just 1 step away from the realm of Tao fusing. Do you really dare to keep her by your side?" Shaking his head, he dived into the sea of lava, too lazy to pay attention to Wuxi's nonsense. Chapter 966. This little she-fiend was one of the shapeless heavenly fiends, and she looked very young and immature. Looking at the beautiful and adorable little she-fiend, Wuxi suddenly could not help but feel a little mischievous. He squatted down pinched one side of her face and said with a smile, "A man and a woman alone in a dark cave. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you?" The little she-fiend rolled her eyes at Wuxia, then turned her head and said with a cold snort, "My clan has never revealed our names to outsiders." The little she-devil sneered and said arrogantly, "We, the shapeless heavenly devils, are born with the knowledge of all kinds of divine abilities. If our real name is known by others, they will seize a part of our origin fiendish power, and we will be secretly controlled by them. You asked me for my name, so why would I tell you?" It was like a kindergarten student trying to verify gold box conjecture. The little she-devil carefully used her divine sense to touch the restriction array, trying to crack it. As a result, she kept vomiting blood along the way, almost dying from the backlash of the restriction array. All the fiend's blood essence and divine soul were controlled by it. As the saying went, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. She barely touched it, and her energy and blood would be shaken immediately. She was lucky that she had not been killed by it. With one hand pressed between her eyebrows and the other on her abdomen, Wuqi's eyes shone with an evil light. The first thread of innate thievery energy was unleashed, and the primal purple energy was transformed into thievery energy. It silently penetrated in her body, fusing into her limbs, bones, and every cell. Wuqi smiled at her and said, "Your cultivation base is too high, and your overall strength is too strong. I don't dare to keep you by my side like this. As for your cultivation base, I won't hold back." Wuqi opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything for a long while. The little she-devil was indeed a type of shapeless, heavenly devil from the outer realms. Their devil techniques were closer to spiritual attacks, and they were proficient in all kinds of invisible restrictive spells. They had the ability to transform into light and invisible chi, and they could injure their enemies invisibly. They were best at devouring people's blood essence and divine chi, and they were the most vicious, greedy, and vengeful among all the visible and invisible devils in the outer realms. As Wuqi ran, the she-devil gritted her teeth and narrowed her eyes in a daze. She was trying her best to break the restrictive formation that Wuqi had set up in the core of her soul. If she could break the formation with her cultivation, she would definitely be able to teach Wuqi a lesson. But how could this little she-devil compare to Wuqi's formation, Tao cultivation? The various devil techniques and divine abilities of this devil were innate abilities, and she was only relying on her innate talent to run amok. Speaking of formations, alchemy, artifact refinement, divination, and other miscellaneous arts, she hadn't even learned them yet. It was no wonder why she kept chasing after Wuqi. Any unlucky fellow who was targeted by an invisible devil from the outer realms would suffer the same treatment as Wuqi. The invisible devils would pester them for countless reincarnations, and they would only stop when they turned their enemies into ashes. There were often eminent monks in the Buddhist League who had offended an invisible devil from the outer realms in their previous lives, and after that, they would be pestered for thousands of reincarnations. Even if they eventually attained the enlightenment of Buddha, some of them would still be secretly controlled by the invisible heavenly devils, eventually falling into chi deviation and dying. The little she-devil was furious. Her eyes shone with a ferocious gleam that bordered on madness. She threw her head back and let out a long howl. The pitifully small armor on her body suddenly dispersed, revealing her exquisite and flawless body. A boundless, enchanting aura spread out from her body and enveloped Wuqi tightly. "How could I lose to you?" she cried out hoarsely. "How could I lose to you? It's either you or me today." After running for a long time with her in his hand, Wuqi finally returned to the front of Panga continent. Then, he found a mountain shrouded in countless thunderclouds on the newborn landmass, where lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and chaotic energy swirled. He found a small cave in it, dragged the little she-devil into it, and threw her to the ground. The little she-devil let out a miserable howl. It was the first time her body was broken, and the pain made her see stars and her body twitch. She bit hard on Wuqi's shoulder and growled vaguely, I'm going to turn you into a mummy today." The little she-fiend gave Wuxia a surprised look, then suddenly burst out laughing. Twisting her body slightly, she said proudly, "As long as you don't hit me, who will be afraid of you? Hee, who in the chaotic world dares to bully me, a member of the shapeless heavenly fiend clan, with that kind of means?" However, as Wuxia was wearing down the little she-devil's cultivation base, he did not really kill her. Therefore, the virtues he received were very little. If Wuxia could kill the little she-devil, the great virtues he would receive would be no less than what he had received when he killed Torch Dragon. The little she-devil gave a reluctant roar. "The supreme artifact of primal. How can you be so shameless?" Her long hair was disheveled, revealing large patches of fair skin that could not be covered by the small armor. Her petite body looked like that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. She did not look like a fiend who had been born for more than 300,000 years. After staring at each other for a while, Wuxia suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting. Well, let's give it a try." Wuqi's body trembled violently. His spirit, energy, and soul were rapidly drained by the little she-devil. But it was obvious that the speed at which she drained Wuqi's spirit was far slower than Wuqi's. No matter how she cursed and gnashed her teeth, the speed at which Wuxia stole her spirit was 10 times faster. Wuxia was horrified. His spirit essence was drained out of his body, and his cultivation base dropped from the peak stage of Dao breaking to the second tier. Only now did he realize how terrifying this little she-devil was. The shapeless heavenly fiends from the outer domain were indeed the most ferocious creatures in the world. Time passed day by day. In a long and deep cave, the little she-devil lay weakly on the ground, staring at Wuxia. Her misty and seductive eyes were fixed on Wuxia, and her 2 little canine teeth were faintly visible, as if she wanted to bite a few pieces of Wuqi's flesh off. She shrieked and activated the innate divine ability of the shapeless heavenly fiend. She did not care that the core of her soul was still under Wuqi's control. Instead, she activated her own divine ability to crazily plunder the spirit essence from Wuqi's body. Wuxia was stunned and couldn't help but shudder. He had learned from his previous experience that he should not use those kinds of erotic methods to torture this fiend. The formless devils usually liked to suck people's essence chi, and the formless heavenly devil was one of them. Not to mention doing that kind of shady business with her, just a slight touch from her would cause the blood essence and divine chi of outsiders to be completely drained. Buzz. A circle of multicolored light and chaos power streams clashed against each other, spreading out in all directions and instantly filling up the entire cave. A tremendous power surged out from the little she-devil's body and was quickly injected into Wuqi's body, refined into his own arcane energy using the heaven refining grand art. The core of the little she-devil's soul was opened wide in front of Wuxia, and without any secrets, Wuxia easily plundered all the secret arts and skills of the shapeless heavenly fiend in her memory. Endless mysterious power surged out from her and merged with Wuqi's soul. At the same time, a soul-devouring, bone-piercing pleasure rushed into Wuqi's psyche ocean from the lower part of his body, nearly disintegrating his soul. He screamed in shock and activated the seals in the little she-devil's soul core recklessly, almost knocking her out. Then, he circulated the great thief chi to its maximum, and the heaven-refining cauldron flew out from his forehead, enveloping the 2 of them in it. He then used the Yuan Ling True Flame, the various innate divine flames, and the innate wildfire to refine them. After all, the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao of Pangu world, and the little she-devil was a demon that invaded from the outer realms. She posed a great threat to all the native living beings in the Pangu world. By killing her, Wuxia had removed a great threat to the heavenly Tao. Thus, the amount of karma points he earned from killing her was not small at all. This little she-devil was really blessed by the heavens. Only God knew how she was born in the chaotic world. She was only born for 3 periods, but her body already contained an essence no weaker than a Tao fusing level cultivator. What a monster! The little she-devil's skills, mystic arts, talents, and abilities were quickly absorbed by Wuxia, and the little she-devil's arcane energy and cultivation base plummeted. The tremendous energy was injected into Wuxia's body, refined into primordial purple qi, and stored in every corner of his body. Purple clouds rolled and rolled over from all directions in the cave, while wisps of virtuous aura kept injecting into Wuxia's body. He was using some means to harm the little fiend. The heavenly Tao sensed it, and immediately bestowed the virtuous aura upon him, rewarding him with the merit of eradicating the fiends from outer heavenly realms. Wuxia stared at the little she-devil's alluring body, and suddenly he asked with a deep voice, "What's your name?" Wuxia's waist tightened, and the little she-devil's long and slender legs wrapped around his waist. The protective robe that Wuxia had refined for himself shattered, and the little she-devil fell down with a ferocious look on her face. Instantly, the two of them became one. The roars soon disappeared, leaving only a series of bone-softening moans that sounded like the meowing of a cat. Wuxia felt his lower body tighten. The little she-devil was like a black hole, sucking Wuxia's essence at a speed 10,000 times faster than before. Wuxia was delighted to see this, so he activated the thievery energy even faster, frantically plundering the little she-devil's essence and turning it into his own. The little she-devil's eyes widened in horror. She had always been the one plundering the essence of others, and no one had ever taken anything from her. Over the past 3 periods, she had killed countless powerful creatures in the chaotic world in the outer domain. When had she ever suffered such a loss? In just a few breaths of time, Wuxia's cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the Tao-breaking realm. The little she-fiend's overall strength was only at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm, but the energy essence in her body was extremely terrifying. He was shocked to find that her innate talent was definitely at the Tao-fusing realm. If she was given some time to fuse with the laws of the heavenly Tao of this world, she would definitely be able to step into the Tao-fusing realm smoothly and even become one of the strongest experts in the realm. The little she-devil roared in exasperation. The two of them devoured each other's essence, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wuxia's cultivation base gradually improved from the 3rd level of the Tao-breaking realm to the 2nd level, and from the 2nd level to the 1st level. Another month passed. After 3 months of devouring each other's essence, Wuxia's cultivation base steadily improved to the peak of the Tao-breaking realm, and 20% of the she-devil's natal essence had been plundered by Wuxia. Chapter 967. Inside the cave, the colorful light faded. Wuxia and the little she-devil lay on the ground, entangled like 2 octopuses. Both of them were soaked in sweat, but Wuxia's face was rosy and energetic, while the little she-devil's face was gray, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. They had been fighting for over a month, devouring each other's life force. At last, Wuxia had devoured over 70% of the she-devil's life force, reaching the peak level of Tao breaking. By chance, his soul would merge with the great Tao of heaven, and as long as Panga world existed, Wuxia would never die again. The little she-devil, who had her teeth clenched tightly on Wuxia's shoulder, snorted angrily. Her cultivation had fallen from the peak level of Tao breaking to the 6th level. It was just that her innate talent and foundation were too strong. Although her magic power and cultivation base had declined so much, given some time, Wuxia estimated that she would be able to return to the overall strength of a 2nd-tier Tao-breaking expert. If she was given a great number of powerful immortals and Buddhas to kill and plunder their life force, she might be able to return her peak in 3 to 5 months. Recalling the inexhaustible life force that surged into his body when he had sex with her, even Wuxia was shocked. She was a freak. He had never heard of any chaotic creature who could produce such an enormous life force. What troubled Wuxia the most was that the little she fiend's cultivation base was stronger than his in the beginning. When both of them were devouring each other's energy essence, their natal energy essence flowed back and forth in their bodies and fused with each other, matching the essence of yin and yang of the Taiji. Now, just like Princess Zhonglu, the little she fiend had given birth to a nascent embryo in her body. On top of that, the aura emanating from this nascent embryo was extremely bizarre, so strong and bizarre that even Wuxia was struck dumb by it. At the moment, Wuxia was a chaotic being, but his body was that of a human, while the little she-devil was an invisible sky devil from outer space, a first-generation devil who was qualified to be the evil ancestor. What kind of child could they give birth to? In any case, when he sensed the aura emanating from the body of the little she-fiend, which belonged to Wuxia and her son, his hair stood up one after another, and he had a shivering feeling as if he had encountered his natural enemy. If the embryo hadn't been giving off the aura of intimacy to Wuxia and the little she-devil, Wuxia might have done it already. The little she-fiend tried to tear the skin and flesh in her mouth with all her might. She found that Wuxia's skin and flesh were many times tougher than the skin of an old cow, and with the strength of her teeth, there was no way she could tear through his skin and flesh. Only then did she loosen her mouth resentfully, rubbing her shiny silver teeth on Wuxia's chest. "You're hurting me." The little she-devil stared fixedly at Wuxia, gently twisting her slender waist in a graceful manner. Wuxia was enraged by the little she-devil's actions. Outer space devils, especially the invisible sky devils, were best at seducing people's inner organs and arousing all kinds of instinctive desires. As the first-generation devil who was qualified to be the evil ancestor, the little she-devil's innate ability was even more terrifying. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, there was no way he could resist her terrifying charm. Immediately, a series of strange noises could be heard coming from the cave. Wuxia's muffled groans and the little she-devil's moans, which sounded like she was singing, echoed through the cave. Once again, an enormous energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. After another 3 days and 3 nights, the clouds finally dispersed. Wuxia dared not to waste any more time with the little she-devil. He hastily got up, condensed a clump of water, and washed his body, then found a new robe and put it on. The little she-fiend rose to her feet lazily, fetched a clump of water, and washed her body and long hair. After that, naked, she wrapped her arms around Wuxia's waist and murmured weakly, "My real name is Mo Wuxia, Ming, Huan, Xianxia. You can call me Mo." Wuxia looked at the little she-devil with surprise, frowned, and said, "Can you tell me your real name now?" The little she-devil gently twisted her waist and hummed a tune. At the same time, she giggled and said, "Is it very strange? This is the iron law of my clan. No matter what means you used to do what you did to me just now, I am pregnant with your child. You are my devil lord, and I am your devil concubine." Counting her fingers, Xianxia giggled and said, "It doesn't matter if you used violence or other means. In any case, this matter has been settled. From now on, you and I will live together. If you leave me, you will die, and if I leave you, I will also die." Before Wuxia could come back to his senses, a plume of black smoke suddenly emerged from the place where their bodies touched. The thick black smoke formed an extremely strange and abstruse spell above their heads, then divided into 2 balls and disappeared into the space between their eyebrows. Wuxia faintly felt that there was something extra in his body. It seemed that he and Xianxia had indeed formed a strange bond of life and death. After a moment of silence, Wuxia patted Xiaxia's pert buttocks and took out a green Taoist robe. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist robe shrunk by more than half and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia hummed a little tune as she casually put the Taoist robe on. She squinted her eyes and looked at Wuxia with admiration, saying, "My shapeless heavenly devil clan is best at seizing the essence of others, but the Devil Lord was actually able to seize more than 70% of Xia's essence. This kind of demonic technique is worthy of being Xia's Devil Lord. You don't even know the name of the Devil Lord, but you have conceived a devil fetus with him. This is really unreasonable. The little fiend was like a pampered kitten, twisting and turning on Wu Qi's body like a huge caterpillar. Wu Qi was enraged by her. He fiercely slapped her buttocks a dozen times, then shouted coldly, "My name in this life is Wu Qi. In my previous life, I was also one of the Chaos Fiend gods, named Yuan Ling. Now, I am to you, King of East Sea, so you could just call me Prince in front of others." Xia's eyes went wide in surprise. She carefully looked at Wu Qi from head to toe, then squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "So, the Devil Lord is born in the same family as Xia. In that case, the Devil Lord is indeed a good match for Xia. We're really lucky. Xia has just broken into this world, and she has already met the Devil Lord. When our devil fetus is conceived, the shapeless heavenly devils of Xia's clan will be able to flourish and flourish." The word flourish and flourish gave Wu Qi a bad feeling. Holding Xia in his arms, he walked out of the cave and asked, "How long will it take for our child to be conceived? You have a sister, Jizi Xuan, and she and I have a child, but it will take 3 eons for the child to be born." 3 eons? Xia said indifferently. The child of Xia and the Devil Lord doesn't have to go through so much trouble. If it takes so long for the child to be born, how could the shapeless heavenly devils possibly shake the entire chaos? Counting with her fingers, Xia nodded seriously and said, "About 12 periods. The Devil Lord's energy essence is very strong and of a very high quality. Altogether, the children Xia and the Devil Lord have conceived are 360,000. When they are born, the Devil Lord will need to find a suitable partner for them, so that the Xia clan can flourish and flourish. 360,000 children in one child? Wu Qi was so frightened that his fine hair stood straight up, and he nearly fell to the ground. Trembling, he looked at Xia and thought, "What is this? Could the first child of me and Xia be able to build an army?" The shapeless heavenly devils were indeed a strange species, and could not be compared with the divine immortals and devils of Panga World. The journey was silent, except for a few foolish immortals who tried to rob Wu Qi, who were drained by Xia to replenish herself. Wu Qi brought Xia back to the East Sea with a pale face. He was almost driven insane by Xia's words. 360,000 children. How could Xia's little belly give birth to so many children? Could it be that there was a hidden space in her belly as well? Once they returned to the territory of the East Sea, Princess Zhonglu and a large group of East Sea warriors had already come to greet them. 2 months ago, the Ling dynasty launched an unprecedentedly fierce attack on the East Sea. A large number of immortals appeared in the army of the Ling dynasty, and even some armies of the Ling dynasty had 70% immortals and 30% human soldiers. The army of the East Sea was caught unprepared and had been forced back over 20,000 miles on the entire front line. They had lost thousands of cities and over 10,000 military towns, and millions of soldiers had been killed. It was a great loss. Princess Zhonglu led the army of the East Sea to the front line to supervise the battle and to provide support to the army of the East Sea, which had been routed everywhere. Sensing that Wu Qi had brought the little she-devil back to the East Sea, she hurriedly came to greet them. The little she-devil looked greedily at the generals and soldiers of the East Sea. After calculating with her fingers for a moment, she laughed and said, "Your Highness, there are over 10 million cultivators and ants within 1 million miles of here. Can Xia eat them all?" A chill ran down everyone's spine. Huang Liang, who was the closest to Wu Qi, felt his body go limp, and he nearly fell from the clouds. The people of the East Sea looked at Xia in horror, like a group of rabbits who had seen a falcon soaring in the sky. It was the instinctive fear of weak creatures encountering their natural enemy. Xia looked at the soldiers of the East Sea with bright eyes. then licked her lips with her colorful tongue. She could not help but want to devour all these people of the EC. Wuxia patted on Xia's head. Suddenly, he felt a severe pain in his head. He suddenly had a strange feeling that the EC was like his pig farm, where he raised countless delicious and plump pigs, while Xia was a greedy tiger. He had brought a hungry tiger back to his pig farm. Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? Vexed, Wuxia gave the smiling Princess Zhonglu a glance, then pushed Xia next to Princess Zhonglu and said with a bitter smile, "Teach her well. She's pregnant with my child as well. From now on, you two will be sisters." Shaking his head, Wuxia solemnly warned Xia not to mess around in the territory of the EC. After that, he left behind these annoying things and hurriedly led the soldiers of the East Sea to the front line. Wuxia was in a bad mood because of what Xia said about 360,000 children. He wanted to do something to vent his anger, to teach those bastards of the Ling dynasty a lesson. Princess Zhonglu and the little she-devil, Xia, stayed together. Princess Zhonglu brought her back to her temporary headquarters in the front line. 3 days later, Princess Zhonglu and Xia appeared together. Xia was wearing all kinds of precious pearls and gemstones, which made her look like a doll carved out of fine jade. They called each other sisters. Princess Zhonglu was the elder sister, and the little she-devil was the younger sister. Their relationship was very harmonious. Wuxia still could not figure out how Princess Zhonglu managed to tame this heartless little she-fiend who only acted on her instincts. But he did not have time to care about that. The exasperated emperor of the Ling dynasty, Zhang Tengyun, had personally led an army to the East Sea. Chapter 968. If it had not been for the fact that Xia had told Wuxia about her origin and sworn a life or death pact with Wuxia according to the law of the invisible heavenly devil in the outer realms, and that she had an indescribable feeling for Wuxia, how could Wuxia dare to take Xia with him? It would be strange if he did not use all kinds of means to suppress her. In the first 2 days, Wuxia was really afraid that when he woke up one morning, all the humans in the East Sea would be devoured by Xia. Xia's eyes flickered with a strange light. Without saying a word, Kitagarbha led many bodhisattvas and arhats to form the formation of the 6 paths of the underworld, then charged toward the army of the Ling dynasty while emitting a great sheet of Buddhist light. The small wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation spun in the void, and the souls of 30% of the soldiers of the Ling dynasty immediately drifted away and were forcibly sucked into it. Sharp claws tore the bodies of the soldiers of the Ling dynasty, and sharp teeth chewed their internal organs, bones, and flesh crazily. Billowing ghost aura frantically devoured the soul aura of these soldiers of the Ling dynasty. Wherever the army of heavenly ghosts passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The army of the Ling dynasty resisted for less than a quarter of an hour before it was wiped out by these heavenly ghosts, who launched a 3-dimensional attack from all directions, from the sky and from the ground. Wuxia took a step forward and stood on the edge of the cliff. The sun shone on Wuxia, gilding Wuxia's black robe. The army of heavenly ghosts knelt on the ground like Chi-Chi and kowtowed to Wuxia. The sound of their kowtows rumbled like thunder, shaking the earth. Because of Wuxia's thunderous means, the battle line in the EC had quickly advanced tens of thousands of miles to the east, and Jindong City, which had fallen, was back in the hands of the EC. After killing all the soldiers of the Ling dynasty, the heavenly ghosts raised their claws and shouted, "His Majesty, live forever!" As if he thought he could win the battle easily. The general of the Ling dynasty, with a few guards, watched the battle less than 3 miles away from the city wall, laughing and discussing the situation with his confidants. In the camp behind him, the million-strong army of Ling dynasty was leisurely enjoying themselves. Shrill howls could be heard coming from some of the tents. It was the sound of great Yu's women, who had been abducted along the way, being raped by Ling dynasty soldiers. "Nonsense," Wuxia sneered. I swear to heaven that no one above the realm of primordial has joined the battle in the East Sea this time." He reached out and drew a line in the air. A rift tens of thousands of miles long appeared over the army of the Ling dynasty. Endless water from the yellow spring poured down, accompanied by the miserable howls of countless ghosts. The water fell on the soldiers of the Ling dynasty and burned them until white smoke rose from their bodies. Before long, a large number of soldiers of the Ling dynasty were burned to pieces and finally melted into filthy water. The hundreds of soldiers of the East Sea, riddled with wounds, stared blankly at the army of heavenly ghosts. When they saw that the army only ravaged the camp of the Ling dynasty but did not invade the city they were stationed in, they could not help but raise their weapons and roar at the same time. With the help of the demon Yuan Ling crystal, which was purified from the bodies of the Ling dynasty soldiers Wuxia had slaughtered all the way north, Xia's cultivation base had been restored to the peak of the 4th tier of Tao-breaking realm. When it came to rapid cultivation base growth, no creature in the chaotic world could be faster than the invisible heavenly devil when there were enough sacrifices. The city, which measured 3 miles in circumference, together with the nearby villages and towns, had no more than 100,000 people. It was the territory of Diyu province, the most desolate of the neighboring provinces. The population of such a 9th-grade province was no more than 10 million, and the garrison in this city was only about 100 soldiers. A shrill, unpleasant, wild howl rose into the sky, and then a heavenly ghost, whose body was entirely red, rushed out of the chaotic light while shouting the slogan, "My Emperor, may live forever." The heavenly ghost, who stood 1,000 feet tall and had countless sharp bone spikes growing all over his body, was clad in an excellent armor forged for him by Wuxia himself, and had a pair of crescent scimitars hanging on his wrists as he charged forward like a madman. Wuxia knew that it was coming. The East Sea had suddenly and easily wiped out hundreds of the Ling dynasty's armies, causing the Ling dynasty to lose countless soldiers, and even killing every last one of them without leaving a single soldier to report back. Therefore, Zhang Tingyun thought that it was an almighty expert of the East Sea like Wuxia who had personally come. Only an almighty expert of the realm of primordial could easily wipe out so many of the Ling dynasty's armies. In a nameless city at the border of the East Sea, Wuxia stood on the edge of a hill outside the city, with Princess Zhang Lu on his left, narrowing her eyes and sneering. The little she-fiend, Xianxia, stood on his right, her arms wrapped around Wuxia's, twisting her body like a caterpillar and humming a song indifferently as she watched the bloody scene on the city wall with a smile on her face. Raising his hand, Wuxia released a hazy, chaotic light from his palm. Behind him were tens of millions of heavenly ghosts, each shrouded in a towering, murderous aura. They surged across the land like a tide and quickly filled the empty space around the city. In an instant, the million-strong army of the Ling dynasty was enveloped by 10 times the number of heavenly ghosts. Laughing strangely, these ferocious, heavenly ghosts launched a storm-like attack on the Ling dynasty's army. War, no matter what name was used to start a war, behind the glorious signboard, it was always dark and bloody, filled with the blood and shame of countless innocent people. Wherever the army of the Ling dynasty passed, or the cities of the Ling dynasty captured by the army of the East Sea, all the crimes were the same. This was something that even Wuxia could not control. Therefore, Zhang Tingyun came to reason with Wuxia. According to the agreement between him and Wuxia, once a primordial expert of the East Sea joined the battle, the East Sea would lose the battle. According to the agreement, the entire territory of the East Sea and Princess Zhang Lu would be Zhang Tingyun's spoils of war. Kitagarbha was even more ferocious. Surrounded by a tumbling Buddhist power, he grabbed a general standing next to Zhang Tingyun, whose cultivation base had reached the level of Hongmeng Pang to heaven, and tore his head off. As soon as he saw Wuxia, Zhang Tingyun snapped from 100 miles away, "King of East Sea, how shameless you are!" Battle cries shook the sky. Led by Kitagarbha, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, Kitagarbha had regained his Dharmakaya of the netherworld, which was shrouded in dark karma. Like evil ghosts, they slaughtered the army of the Ling dynasty, leaving corpses and rivers of blood everywhere. Nether Xianxia followed closely behind, dealing the most terrifying blow to the army of the Ling dynasty. Wuxia snorted coldly. Just as he was about to unleash the army of heavenly ghosts in his body to fight the Ling dynasty, Xianxia suddenly smiled charmingly. She clapped her hands and said, "Your Highness, this man is so rude. Let me teach him a good lesson." For heavenly ghosts who could travel through the void at will, no defensive mechanism or formation was a problem. They turned the camp of the army of the Ling dynasty into a sieve, and the army of 1,000,000 soldiers turned into ghosts in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a stream of chaotic energy swept across the battlefield, and all the soldiers disappeared into it. Wuxia glanced at the small city that had survived the disaster, then turned into a beam of green light and flew south. Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia followed closely behind Wuxia. Xianxia had a fist-sized, blood-colored pearl in her hand, which she held up to Princess Zhonglu. Princess Zhonglu shook her head with a smile, and Xianxia hurriedly swallowed the pearl. As such a small city, it naturally did not have any powerful defensive mechanisms or anything like that. The garrison of 100 soldiers was 10% of the entire army in the province. Standing sparsely on the city wall, they were howling and fighting the 9,000 soldiers of Ling dynasty who were besieging the city. 7 days ago, Wuxia personally came to the front line to supervise the battle. For 7 days and 7 nights, he had crossed almost the entire East Sea defense line from south to north, destroying nearly 100 legions of the Ling dynasty with millions of soldiers, over 1,000 legions with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and countless legions with tens of thousands of soldiers. The nameless city in front of him was the northernmost, most remote, and weakest city in the EC defense line. All the armies of the Ling dynasty south of the city had stopped advancing westward and were retreating in panic. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the heavenly ghosts, the general of the Ling dynasty, whose cultivation base had reached the peak of the second Panga heaven, was distracted for a moment. Then, the general, who had the same cultivation base as him but was not afraid of death, cut off his head at the cost of one of his arms and one of his thighs. The head of the general of the Ling dynasty flew up into the sky with a blank look on his face, then fell heavily to the ground and was eaten up by the few soldiers of the heavenly ghosts. An enormous power of faith poured into Wuxia's body and was gradually absorbed by the enormous Emperor aura in Wuxia's body. Originally, the Emperor aura Wuxia obtained when he established a neutral kingdom of Yanhuang in the boundless world. Inside him was pure purple. But a few days ago, he suddenly had an idea. He named the yellow spring in the heavenly ghoul clan, which was multiplying and nourishing in his body. As a result, his purple Emperor aura suddenly turned purple-red, mixed with a strong smell of blood. The originally dignified and solemn Emperor aura turned purple-red, overbearing, dignified, evil, and gloomy. Even Wuxia could not extract the demon Yuan Ling crystal from the soldiers he had slaughtered without any psychological burden like Xianxia. Only the invisible heavenly devil could do it at will without any psychological burden and act on instinct. Zhang Tengyun snapped. That's absurd. If that's the case, are the armies of the Ling dynasty nothing? Did you wipe out all the armies in the front line in just 7 days? If you have such a powerful army in the East Sea, why were you beaten back 20,000 miles by the Ling dynasty a few days ago and lost your city and land? As the terrible water of the yellow spring rolled down, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha and the other bodhisattvas and arhats of the netherworld branch of the Buddhist League drifted out. The purest energy essence of millions of soldiers of the Ling dynasty condensed into a mass of energy essence the size of a human head. After being purified by Xianxia with a colorful fiend flame, it turned into the purest demon Yuan Ling crystal without any impurities. After swallowing the demon Yuan Ling crystal, Xianxia's aura suddenly soared. Leading the high-ranking officials of the East Sea to the east gate of Zhendong City, she saw thousands of cloud platforms, each 100 miles in length and width, floating in midair one layer after another around Chi-Chi. On the foremost cloud platform stood a magnificent palace. Surrounded by countless civil and military officials of the Ling dynasty, Zhang Tingyun stood on the high jade steps in front of the palace, looking down in the direction of Zhendong City. Wuxia could not figure out what this thing was called, but the aura it gave him was stronger than the aura of the human emperor, so he did not bother to separate the bloody aura from it. Moreover, the total amount of this aura was several times stronger than the original aura of the human emperor, so he was even more reluctant to separate the bloody aura. After all, the reproduction speed of heavenly ghosts was several times faster than that of humans. Over the years, in Wuqi's inner world, both the heavenly ghosts and the human race had been reproducing at full speed. The total population of the heavenly ghosts was more than 30 times that of the human race, and the power of faith they provided to Wuqi was much stronger. Zhang Tingyun was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy and disoriented. Wuqi and his companions returned to the East Sea City. As soon as they sat down, and before they could tell the high-ranking officials of the East Sea about their whereabouts in the past few days, they heard the roars of flood dragons and the deafening sound of drums and horns ringing out from the east. Zhang Tingyun's furious roar shook the walls of Zhendong City. Chapter 969. In the largest parlor of Wanling Palace, on the top of the city of Wanling, which had been uprooted from the ground, a huge vase made of fine jade was smashed to pieces. The 10-feet-tall vase was smashed to the ground. The loud noise scared the eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside the parlor out of their wits. They all bowed their heads cautiously and dared not to make sound. Like a madman, Zhang Tingyun smashed all the precious furnishings in the parlor. Even dozens of jade slips, which contained jade essence paste, and could be used as spirit medicines that could bring the dead back to life, were smashed to the ground by him. Milky white and light green jade essence paste spilled all over the ground. As soon as these precious things came into contact with the air, they quickly froze, and all their energy dissipated, losing all their magical effects. Liu Bang and Liu Buwei were sitting on the left and right of the parlor, looking coldly at the furious Zhang Tingyun. As the candidate chosen by the Celestial Court to be the next human emperor, Zhang Tingyun, who had always had a smooth life, had never suffered so much. He had brought a large army to the East Sea, but he was defeated by the Bodhisattvas and Arhats of the nether branch of the Buddhist League, who had suddenly rushed out. First, the water of the yellow spring suddenly gushed out. The extremely filthy water tainted 99% of the magical items of the supreme oracles and immortals of the Ling dynasty who were caught off guard, causing them to lose their spirituality. As a result, the overall strength of these supreme oracles and immortals was immediately halved. Then, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha led many bodhisattvas and arhats to form the yellow spring formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they crazily slaughtered the soldiers of the Ling dynasty as if they were harvesting leeks. Countless soldiers were crushed by the 6 paths of reincarnation and could no longer come back to life. In the sea of the yellow spring, countless yakshas followed the formation of bodhisattvas and arhats and charged forward, chasing after the army of the Ling dynasty for tens of millions of miles. Zhang Tingyun almost coughed up blood. The water of the yellow spring was so filthy that no one in the Ling dynasty could resist it. Everyone twitched weakly like cockroaches sprayed with insecticide. Even Zhang Tingyun, a peak-level primordial expert, was confused by the water of the yellow spring, and no one could organize an effective resistance. Hundreds of supreme oracles and generals with cultivation bases as high as Hongming, Panga Heaven, had fallen at Zhang Tingyun's side. The heavy loss made Zhang Tingyun's heart ache so much that he almost fainted. As for the casualties of the ordinary soldiers, Zhang Tingyun did not want to hear the post-war statistics at all. 3 courtiers who were ordered to report to him the exact number of casualties were killed by him with a thunderbolt in front of all the courtiers. Until now, he still did not know how many soldiers he had lost. But it was conceivable that it was an astronomical figure that would make Zhang Tingyun cough up blood. The blow this time was sudden and devastating. No one had expected that someone would be so crazy as to bring the water of the yellow spring from the netherworld to Panga continent. And with such a huge amount of water, which was several times the capacity of the EC, he had destroyed the entire army of the Ling dynasty with the water of the yellow spring. Zhang Tingyun was so angry that his internal organs felt like they were on fire. He was so angry that the 3 corpses god jumped up and down, and his eyes were bloodshot. In just one day, he had ordered hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs to be dragged out and beaten to death. Apart from Liu Bang and Liu Buwei, no one dared to show up in front of him, leaving him to vent his boundless anger in the parlor. A crisp sound rang out as the last display in the parlor was smashed by Zhang Tingyun. The broken pieces scattered all over the floor, and Zhang Tingyun's anger seemed to dissipate with them. Almost at the same time as the display was smashed, he returned to his throne with a cold face. As the sky darkened, a few palace maids walked into the parlor, trembling, and replaced the candlesticks with new candlesticks. Inside the candlesticks were candles made of merman's oil. They gave off a faint fragrance that could calm one's mind and calm one's mind. The flame was bright and did not produce any smoke, which made them rarer than any luminous pearls. Wuxia was sitting upright on the heart of candle. He had transformed into a wisp of flame and was hiding in the flame, looking at Zhang Tingyun and his companions with a smile on his face. In the heart of a candle next to him, Xianxia was twisting her waist and flying around. But with Xia's divine ability, Zhang Tingyun and his companions still did not notice that she was making a scene in the candlelight. There was a long silence in the parlor. The 3 of them stared blankly at the broken pieces on the floor for a long time. Finally, Zhang Tingyun said, "It was Bodhisattva Kitagarbha from the nether branch of the Buddhist League who did it. Those people have strange appearances and are very different from the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League. They can't be impersonated." Liu Bang and Liu Buwei nodded at the same time. "Bodhisattva Kitagarbha," said Liu Bang in a deep voice. "Back then, I was ordered to attend the Golden Basin Orchid gathering on the Great Vulture Mountain, and I met him among the Buddhist League's Badana. That day, he contradicted Lord Buddha, and Lord Buddha could only smile at him. He is one of the trickiest figures in the Buddhist League." With a cold snort, Zhang Tingyun sneered and said, "Do you know why he attacked the army of the Ling dynasty?" "Huh? Why?" Beaming with joy, Xianxia twisted her waist in the candlelight and spun rapidly like a windmill. As she moved, a breeze blew in from outside the parlor, causing the candlelight to flicker and the fragrance in the air to grow stronger. Liu Bang pondered for a long time with a frown, then said hesitantly, "The Celestial Court and the Buddhist League have agreed that after this incident, the Celestial Court will be in charge of the heaven, the human emperor will be in charge of the earth, and the Buddhist League will be in charge of the ghosts. The Buddhist League has sent 108 Buddhas of reincarnation to live in the netherworld and forcibly take over the control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Could it be because of this reason?" Zhang Tin gave Liu Bang an unhappy look and said angrily, "If there is a dispute within the Buddhist League, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha should have attacked the Great Vulture Mountain with a group of nether yakshas. Why did he attack the army of the Ling dynasty? And during the battle, I called him dozens of times and asked him why he attacked the army of the Ling dynasty, but he didn't answer me. Isn't this absurd?" Liu Buwei frowned, his old eyes gleaming. No one knew what he was thinking. Liu Bang also frowned and tilted his head, racking his brains. From time to time, he looked up and exchanged glances with Liu Buwei, but it was obvious that neither of them could come to a conclusion. Looking at this, Wuxia laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth twitched. Xianxia spun her body more and more complacently, and a colorful light faintly shone out of the candlelight. Wuxia gave her a fierce look, and Xianxia hurriedly sat down on the candlelight again. But She was still twisting her body restlessly, blinking at Wuxia and making faces at him. Several very thin beams of starlight fell from the sky, and soon 7 or 8 celestial lords in robes and crowns appeared in the parlor with streams of light. Liu Bang hurriedly rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and bowed respectfully to these celestial lords. "Greetings, celestial lords." The celestial lords hurriedly returned the greeting to Liu Bang and said, "You're too kind, King of Han." Xianxia, who was at the side, also stood up and bowed humbly to the few star lords. Judging from their greetings, these celestial lords were obviously important officials with great power in the celestial court. They were Jumin, Tianshu, Migrez, and so on. Wuqi looked at them curiously, not knowing why they had come to the Ling dynasty in such a hurry. Zhang Tian calmly summoned eunuchs and palace maids to clean up the mess in the parlor, put in new furnishings, and moved a few chairs for the celestial lords to sit down. Jumin smiled and clapped his hands. A beam of starlight fell from the sky and enveloped the entire parlor. The other celestial lords also attacked at the same time. Colorful lights of various colors swirled rapidly in the room, then compressed into countless runes the size of green beans and branded on every brick, tile, and pillar in the parlor. Wuqi and Xianxia smiled at each other. This was a brilliant method. If someone else had used an escape technique to hide here, they would have been cleared out by them. But how could it be so easy to deal with two freaks like Wuqi and Xianxia? After sealing the entire parlor with a restrictive spell, Jumin snorted coldly and said in a low voice with a hint of killing intent, "Your Majesties already know what happened here. Ziwei Lingying, the great celestial emperor, has sent a letter of inquiry to the great Vulture Mountain about the nether branch of the Buddhist League attacking the army of the Ling dynasty. But Lord Buddha, Amitabha, said that the nether branch of the Buddhist League has never obeyed Lord Buddha's orders, so there is nothing the Buddhist League can do about it." Zhang Tingyun was so angry that the veins between his eyebrows bulged. "There is nothing the Buddhist League can do?" he shouted in a low voice. "Don't tell me they didn't connive it on purpose." Celestial Lord Migrez said coolly, "Also, according to the spies the Celestial Court planted in the Buddhist League, the master of the nether branch of the Buddhist League, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, who was the Lord Buddha of the Buddhist League 100 generations ago, has also gone through tens of thousands of reincarnations and is now the emperor of the Shizo dynasty in the western region of Diyu." With a crack, Zhang Tingyun crushed the teacup in his palm. Liu Bang and Lu Buwei looked at each other in horror. Could it be that the Buddhist League has done something else besides cooperating with the Celestial Court? Cried Liu Bang. "If they can't gather the imperial aura of all the human kingdoms in the outer heavenly realms, how can they compete with Diyu?" Wuqi's eyes went wide as he gave Xianxia a blank look. How could this little fiend mess up the relationship between the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League? Was it Wuqi's luck that was too good, or was it the luck of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League? This is interesting. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha is now the emperor of the Shizo dynasty, and he is also desperately searching for the aura of the human emperor. Meanwhile, his former disciple, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, the master of the nether branch of the Buddhist League, had led countless troops and defeated the army of the Ling dynasty. It's impossible for the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League to not have a grudge against each other. I wonder how the 16 celestial lords should deal with this? Zhang Tingyun crushed the teacup in his palm and asked the most important question, "What does Daozu think of this?" Celestial Lord Jumin rose to his feet, cupped his fist respectfully, and said, "According to Daozu's decree, we will solve this problem ourselves." Zhang Tanyun and Liu Bang exchanged a glance. "In that case, it seems that the East Sea can only benefit from this," said Liu Bang with a cold grin. "Send out the army quickly and seize the aura of the human emperor," Zhang Tingyun said through clenched teeth, "and teach the Buddhist League a lesson." Liu Bang and Lu Buwei rose to their feet at the same time and bowed respectfully to Zhang Tingyun. Chapter 970. Without alerting the people in the reception hall who were discussing how to deal with the Buddhist sects, Wuxia and Xianxia dashed out of the Wanling Palace hand in hand. The two of them changed into the luxurious robes that the people of the Ling dynasty liked the most and strolled leisurely along the winding mountain road of the Wanling city. From time to time, the soldiers of the Ling dynasty, with solemn expressions, could be seen walking back and forth on the streets. At the crossroads of the major traffic routes, there would be a general in heavy armor leading a large group of armored soldiers to stand guard. The officials and citizens of the Ling dynasty on the streets were all in a hurry. Some of them even had a panicked look on their faces. They no longer had the arrogant and haughty demeanor they had in the past. Wuxia held Xia's little hand as the two of them admired the luxurious and exquisite buildings of the Wanling city. From time to time, they would enter some shops that had strange items from all over the world. They would casually choose some items that looked exquisite and fun, but were actually useless. This was the first time Xia had come to such a place, and it was the first time she had spent money to buy something. Therefore, she was exceptionally excited. She would spend a huge sum of money to buy almost anything that was new and interesting. In Xia's words, in the past when she saw something good, she would directly kill it and snatch it. This was the first time she had spent money to buy something. Therefore, it was very fun. However, Xia solemnly warned Wuxia that this kind of prodigal behavior of spending money to buy things could only be used occasionally as a way to relieve boredom. In the future, if he wanted something, it would be better to directly snatch it. The weak were prey to the strong. All the good things in this world should belong to powerful existences like Xia and Wuxia. Wuxia had no idea what to do with Xia's logic. It seemed like he could only slowly instill a normal way of thinking into her in the future. In a short period of time, he would not be able to do anything to her. After strolling for 2 hours, Xia was a little impatient. Along the way, countless soldiers of the Ling dynasty looked delicious, but Wuxia did not allow her to act recklessly. Wuxia knew that there might be a Daozu from Taoism watching them. Wuxia could use his own aura to conceal Xia's presence. But if Xia acted recklessly, she might be discovered by a Daozu, and both of them would be in big trouble. Therefore, after shopping for a while, Xia felt bored and wanted Wuxia to take her back to the front line of the EC. Over there, she could also extract enough essence from the dead soldiers to replenish her own consumption, so that she would not have to drool over these soldiers of the Ling dynasty. Wuxia only smiled mysteriously. He took Xia for a while in Wanling City, then abruptly held her hand and walked to a large, luxurious house not far away. When they walked past the gate of the house, Wuxia gently blew into the gate. A white stream of cold air silently seeped into the gate and froze the house instantly, sealing all flowers, plants, houses, and pavilions in the house in a thin, cyan blue layer of xianbing. Chuckling, Wuxia held Xia's hand and disappeared from the street of Wanling City. When they reappeared, they were already above a towering mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away. With a flick of his finger, a fist-sized clump of xianbing emerged and hovered in midair. Holding Xia's hand, Wuxia plunged into the mountain, leaving behind a thin layer of cold air that looked like mist along the way. About 10 minutes later, dozens of beams of light flew over from the direction of Wanling City at top speed, following the thin layer of cold air left behind by Wuxia into the mountain. They were a group of over 30 gold immortals, led by Reverend Liang, an old acquaintance of Wuxia's. Just now, Reverend Liang was having a long talk with a few fellow Taoists in the backyard of the mansion. Sometimes they talked about alchemy techniques, sometimes sword techniques, and sometimes they talked about the profound principles of immortality, and sometimes they discussed the mysteries of the universe which they had comprehended. All of them had the cultivation base of gold immortals, and their spirit, energy, and soul had merged into one. Whenever they spoke, golden flowers would fly out of their mouths, accompanied by faint immortal music. A fragrant mist hung in the air, and beautiful heaven immortal maidservants would come and go, serving fine wine, tea, and various spirit fruits. It was indeed a great abode of immortals. When Reverend Liang was talking proudly, he took out the green peak sword technique he had recently comprehended for his fellow Taoists to examine. He activated a 3-feet-long sword beam and flew up tens of feet into the air, splitting into wisps of sword energy and forming layers upon layers of green mountains in the void, drawing the surrounding earth chi into the mountains. Using the sword beam, he truly simulated the power of countless mountains pressing down on the top of the mountains. Dozens of fellow Taoists applauded and praised at the same time, saying that Reverend Liang's green peak sword technique had reached the acme of perfection and that it was the best sword technique among all gold immortals. Reverend Liang retracted the sword beam triumphantly, then invited his fellow Taoists to drink to their heart's content and enjoy the endless romantic life of an immortal, as well as the luxurious treatment given to gold immortals by the Ling dynasty. Gradually, these gold immortals began to let loose. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or because they were fellow Taoists, but Reverend Liang and his fellow Taoists began to discuss the mysteries of the union of dragon and tiger and the coexistence of yin and yang. Then, a Taoist who practiced the art of harvesting put his arms around a few heaven immortal maidservants and exercised his supreme cultivation technique under the comments of his fellow Taoists, performing the mystic art of his sect naked. The heaven immortal maidservants were panting and sweating profusely, making them feel as if their souls had flown out of their bodies. At this critical moment, Wuxia blew a mouthful of cold energy from the Dark Yin Water scripture personally taught by Lady Divine Water of Dark Yin True Water Palace, sealing everything in the mansion in a flash into Xianbing. Reverend Liang and his companions were not affected, but the few gold immortals who were performing the art of dragon and tiger had their bodies steaming like furnaces. They were tempering the yin and yang energy essence in their bodies, harmonizing the purple mist produced by the dragon and tiger. However, when the cold energy rushed over, it was as if a red-hot charcoal stove was suddenly poured with ice water. They shuddered and nearly had their Tao foundation disintegrated. Miserable howls rang out incessantly as the few Taoists coughed up mouthfuls of blood, which flowed out like a free stream. Reverend Liang and all the gold immortals were horrified. They hastily broke free from the Xianbing, took out life-saving immortal pills, and fed them to their fellow Taoists. But, as they were suddenly tricked by Wuxia with the cold energy, their vitality was severely damaged, and their cultivation bases dropped by at least 3 tiers on average. The immortals were furious, and Reverend Liang even identified the source of the cold energy. He immediately concluded that the gold immortals from Dark Yin True Water Palace had come to avenge Lady Dark Goldwater. The hair on the back of his head stood on end. Without hesitation, he gathered all his fellow Taoists and hurriedly followed the trace of aura Wuxia had left behind, chasing in the direction where Wuxia had fled. In desperation, Reverend Liang did not have the time to report the matter to Liu Bang, and he dared not to tell the whole world about it. He knew very well that he had a guilty conscience when it came to Lady Dark Goldwater. If this scandal were to be spread out, Green City, a sect that prided itself on being a righteous sect, might very well eliminate him. Even though he was the lineal grandson of Green City's patriarch, he would not be able to keep his life. Flustered and exasperated, Reverend Liang immediately encouraged his fellow Taoists to follow the aura and hunt down Wuxia, and asked them not to alert anyone else. He promised them that it was just a personal matter, and that as long as they could help him kill the enemy who had plotted against him, he would reward them handsomely. According to Reverend Liang's calculation, the overall strength of Dark Yin Divine Water Palace was just so, and a few of his fellow Taoists had a cultivation base as strong as Lady Divine Water, so there was no need for them to fear the people from Dark Yin Divine Water Palace. Even if Lady Divine Water invited some fellow Taoists with a similar cultivation base to help, Reverend Liang and his gang of scoundrels will be able to deal with them easily, and even if they could not defeat them, they would be able to escape smoothly. Therefore, following the Dark Yin aura left behind by Wuxia, Reverend Liang gritted his teeth and chased all the way into the mountains. After flying along a winding valley for a while, the valley in front of them suddenly came to an end, leaving behind a steep cliff. Wuxia and Xianxia were standing on the cliff, with Xianxia hugging Wuxia's waist and rubbing her head against Wuxia's chest like a kitten. Reverend Liang was taken aback. This was really beyond his expectation. Why didn't he see anyone from Dark Eend Divine Water Palace? Instead, he saw an unfamiliar man and a girl who looked so beautiful and alluring, with a strange and evil charm, in a place where the group of gold immortals could not see. Countless kunwu swords flew silently into the sky, attracting the energy of the surrounding underground energy veins and sealing off the nearby void. The heaven refining cauldron had shrunk to the size of a palm and was hovering in the middle of the sword formation. With the help of the cauldron, as a supreme artifact of primal, not even the extraordinary artifact crafted by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs could break the formation and bring the souls of Reverend Liang and the others away. Reverend Liang cupped his fist and bowed to Wu Qi cautiously. "Fellow Taoist, may I ask why you have lured us here?" he asked in a deep voice. Wu Qi gave Reverend Liang a look and asked coolly, "Liang of Green City?" Reverend Liang nodded and said, "Yes." Wu Qi asked again, "Are you now the advisor of King of Han, Liu Bang?" "Yes," said Reverend Liang proudly. "I'm now serving King of Han in military affairs." Wu Qi clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then you can die now. Do you still remember Lady Dark Goldwater?" Reverend Liang was taken aback. He stared at Wu Qi in horror and cried out involuntarily, "Who are you?" Wu Qi did not want to waste any more time talking to Reverend Liang. With a sway of his body, he transformed into Amitabha's 4-faced golden body, which was unique to the Lord Buddha. He reached out his long arm and grabbed at Reverend Liang, unleashing an invisible force that crushed his immortal body to pieces. Reverend Liang's soul howled and flew up into the sky, but Wu Qi grabbed it and crushed it with both hands, leaving only a clump of pure energy essence. When the other gold immortals saw how mighty Wu Qi was, they could not help but howl with fear. They dropped to their knees and kowtowed to Wu Qi, begging Wu Qi to spare them. After all, it was not easy to cultivate one's cultivation base. Which of them did not spend eons of hard work to attain the cultivation base of gold immortals? Wu Qi looked at them coldly. With a wave of his hand, a beam of Buddhist light fell on their faces, disintegrating their immortal bodies and crushing their souls. Dozens of energy essences were collected by Wu Qi, and he handed them to Xianxia. Xianxia took the energy essence with a big smile on her face, then obediently came to Wu Qi's side and put her arms around his. Wu Qi retracted his Dharma idol, deliberately leaving some clues behind. After that, he put away the sword formation and left with Xianxia. Several hours later, Liu Bang arrived with a large number of people, only to see bloodstains all over the ground and a trace of faintly discernible Zen power. Chapter 971. In the next 10 days, the Ling dynasty was plagued by troubles. In addition to Reverend Liang of Green City, who was in charge of military and political affairs for King of Han Liu Bang, along with dozens of his fellow Taoists, some low-key but important figures in the Ling dynasty were killed in the next few days. Among them were even 3 young Star Lords who had come down to assist the Ling dynasty. Their heads were taken away in the cave abodes they had built outside the city of Wanling for no reason. On top of that, all of their souls had perished. The extraordinary artifacts crafted by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs to collect souls and prepare them for deification in the future did not work at all. Whoever killed them must have used a supreme artifact of primal to conceal their aura and isolate them from the senses of the artifacts. That was why their souls could be completely destroyed so easily. The Ling dynasty was shaken. In a panic, Zhang Tingyun, Liu Bang, Liu Buwei, and others made a decision. The Ling dynasty's army quickly broke away from the EC, switching from an active attack to a passive defense. At the same time, the Ling dynasty quickly expanded its army and marched in both the north and the south, sweeping through all the human kingdoms from outer heavenly realms like a flood monster. The speed at which outer heavenly realms descended on Panga continent also skyrocketed. The heaven lords and immortal monarchs who presided over the outer heavenly realms spared no expense to drive the huge land masses towards Panga continent. It was estimated that in 2 years at most, all the outer heavenly realms would be reunited with Panga continent, and the enormous virtues would fall into the hands of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. At the same time, the Shizo dynasty in the western region went to war as well. They hung up a no-war sign in front of the Flying Bear army, led by Gao, but launched a frenzy of attacks in the northern and southern regions, wiping out one human kingdom after another. According to the analysis of Wuxia and the leaders of the 6 dynasties, both the Ling dynasty and the Shizo dynasty had sensed the treacherous atmosphere between the Celestial Court and Buddhism. Even in private, in a place that Wuxia did not know, the Celestial Court and Buddhism might have had small-scale, low-intensity conflicts, which led to the current situation. Both sides were working hard to gather the human powers in outer heavenly realms, striving to occupy the largest share of the emperor aura of the human race, and then defeat the Yu and his competitors in one fell swoop. The information sent back by Lao AI also confirmed the speculation of Wuxia and the others. During the time when the Ling dynasty and the Shizo dynasty withdrew their armies and separated themselves from the Yu, 3 suzerains of the various Buddhist sects had mysteriously disappeared. According to rumors circulating within the Buddhist League, these 3 mighty existences, whose cultivation bases were almost on par with Amitabha, the Lord Buddha, seemed to have fallen suddenly. The status of the suzerains of the heart, mind, and Vajra in the Buddhist League was far higher than that of the Joyful sect, especially the Vajra sect, which was known as the strongest avatar in the Buddhist League. A long time ago, in order to fight for an extraordinary artifact produced by heaven and earth, the suzerain of the Vajra sect had once fought against 12 primordial immortals alone. No matter how they attacked him with flying swords, magical treasures, thunderbolts, flames, and various other immortal magics, his avatar remained unscathed, and he snatched the artifact from the hands of the 12 primordial immortals. After that, it was refined by a reclusive Buddhist League's great benefactor, adding another treasure to the Buddhist League. With the sudden fall of such a formidable figure, there was no need to ask what had happened. While Wuxia secretly lit the fire for both sides, they also began to take action. The only ones who could stop these small frictions were the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. In short, they did not say anything to stop the actions of their disciples and disciples. The situation had become treacherous and unpredictable, but it was a great benefit to Wuxia. Wuxia no longer went out to cause trouble for the Ling dynasty. Instead, he devoted himself to training soldiers in the EC, selecting those with outstanding aptitudes from the soldiers and spending a great deal of resources and energy to train them. If a war were to break out in the future, all the ordinary soldiers would be cannon fodder. A single strike from a primordial immortal could topple heaven and earth, and even ordinary soldiers of gold immortal level could not withstand a single blow. To maintain the initiative in future battles, the EC needed more primordial immortals. Wuxia could not help but feel his scalp go numb at the thought of the countless hibernating revered elders in the temple of revered elders of the Yu, and the overall strength of the disciples that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had hidden for so many years. Once the future was in turmoil, there was no way he could escape from the Great War unless he fled into the chaotic world. But how could Wuxia be willing to leave everything he had today and flee into the chaotic world to be a hermit? The Dark Een Celestial Tower was fully unleashed. With Wuxia's current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the Tao-breaking realm, he could accelerate time by 100,000 times. So a year in the outside world was equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation for the immortals, oracles, and warriors under his command. Apart from the slight shortage of energy in the spirit cave, everything was going smoothly. Half a year passed quickly in the outside world as Wuxia built up his military force like crazy. During these 6 months, there was no war in the East Sea and the Western region. The Ling dynasty, the Shizhou dynasty, and those human kingdoms were in full swing, and Great Wu, which was under Wuxia's control, had taken advantage of the situation to annex a great deal of territory and population, snatching many benefits from the mouths of the Ling dynasty and the Shizhou dynasty. The interior of the Yu, on the other hand, was peaceful. Emperor Haozuan was working hard to win over the hearts of the people, especially in the southern region that was once occupied by New Yu. He was patrolling the southern region day and night with many civil and military officials, working hard to manage the people's livelihood and civil affairs. In Yuxiong Plain, several kings of the council were working hard to train the new army. The treasury of Dayu was fully opened, pouring out endless resources and cultivating the new army that was absolutely loyal to Emperor Haozuan at an incredible speed. Like the Ling dynasty and the Shizhou dynasty, Emperor Haozuan also had a plan to defeat all his opponents in one fell swoop. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, Wuxia, who was teaching the mysteries of the heavenly Tao to his many immortals in the spirit cave, suddenly received an urgent message from the outside. A group of emissaries had arrived from Liangzhu with a special edict from Emperor Haozuan, led by Ji Dai, King Yangshan's eldest son. In the spirit cave, Wuxia sat cross-legged on a cloud of purple mist. Around him were clusters of purple clouds, and countless immortals, demon immortals, and fiend immortals were sitting respectfully on top of them, listening to him explain the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. All the other primordial immortals in Panga world were very stingy with their understanding of the heavenly Tao, not to mention Wuxia, who was a peak-level expert of the Tao-breaking realm. They would only give a lecture to their personal disciples once or twice in a period, 3 times at most, and each lecture lasted only a few days. It was the first time in history that Wuxia had been teaching and answering the questions of the immortals in the spirit cave for 50,000 years in a row. Even the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs would not let their disciples take advantage of them like this. Without a great contribution, no one could get a word out of their mouths. It was their great fortune to meet Wuxia. Now that Wuxia had received an urgent message from the outside, Wuxia, who was in the middle of teaching the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, paused. All the immortals around him opened their eyes at the same time, took a deep breath, and retracted the purple mist and golden clouds they had released out of their bodies. Then, they bowed respectfully and waited for Wuxia's order. After a moment of silence, Wuxia said coolly, "Take good care of what I've taught you." After another pause, Wuxia nodded and said, "From now on, I've made a rule. Heaven immortals are outer sect disciples. Gold immortals are inner sect disciples. And when you reach the realm of primordial, you will be my personal disciples. All of you must work hard to improve your cultivation base, and don't tarnish my reputation." Countless immortals rose to their feet, dropped to their knees respectfully, and bowed to Wuxia. Chi-Chi answered. These immortals were now the disciples of Underhand Sect, including human immortals, demon immortals, fiend immortals, ghost immortals, and many others. Among the human immortals were ordinary humans, longbow people, feathermen, mermen, heaven eye people, and many others. While Wuxia was teaching the great Tao in the spirit cave, a new batch of disciples would be replaced every once in a while. Underhand Sect had developed greatly in recent years, and the overall strength of its disciples was far from what it used to be. With a flash, Wuxia left the spirit cave. As soon as he walked out of the backyard of the king of Yixi's mansion, Xianxia suddenly appeared next to Wuxia. With both hands covered in blood, Xianxia wiped the blood off her hands intimately on Wuxia's body and said with a smile, "Bored? How can you be so calm after staying down there for tens of thousands of years? Come with me to hunt whales. I've just killed a great one-horned dragon whale, and got tens of thousands of kilograms of supreme-grade ambergris. Putting his arm around Xia's waist, Wuxia smiled and said, "We'll go later. There are guests coming." Interesting." With a flash, Wuxia left with Xia in his arms and appeared in the great hall of the king of Xi's mansion in a flash. As soon as he appeared, he heard Xianxia's voice, which was still fresh in Wuqi's memory. "The king of Xi is indeed an honorable man. Why hasn't his highness come out to greet you?" Clad in a black palace dress, Princess Xianglu sat on the throne and looked down at Ji Dai and his men, who were beaming with pride. As for Yu Qingsheng, who had his hands clasped behind his back, she did not bother to pay him any attention. Wuqi's silent appearance next to Princess Xianglu startled Yu Qingsheng, Ji Dai, and the others. Two old men with faces as thin as mountain elves hurried forward to protect Yu Qingsheng and Ji Dai. Two palm-sized supreme towers emerged over their heads, emanating powerful waves of energy that enveloped the surrounding void. Xia squinted at Wuqi's side and did not say a word. She looked at Ji Dai and his men with great interest, almost instinctively sensing that some interesting prey had appeared. Standing in front of the throne, Wuqia cupped his fist at Ji Dai and said with a smile, "Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you, King Xianxia. I was busy with military affairs." "Oh, may I know why King Xianxia has come from afar?" Ji Dai, a thin man with a sinister and mean face, pursed his lips into a smile and glanced greedily at Princess Xianglu and Xia. He did not say a word, but Yu Qingsheng took out a black scroll and said in a deep voice, "It's nothing much. The kings of the council have discussed and decided that the king of East Sea will be promoted to the position of king by Shan because of his meritorious service and hard work. As for the military, politics, and civil affairs of the East Sea, King Xianxia will be in charge." Wuqi's heart sank. He was promoted to the position of king by Shan and then handed over the vast East Sea and its countless people and soldiers to King Xianxia. Ji Dai? Wasn't that like plucking peaches? Which son of a bitch came up with this idea? Wuqi's face flickered. Hundreds of longbow men who were loyal to Wuqi and stood in the corner of the great hall walked up and surrounded Ji Dai and his men. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.